No man, though the world is broken, God shine your light on me. Check, 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 check. Check, check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. I fear no man, though the world is. This mic is getting shot. I'm gonna need a new mic soon. God shine your light on me. Ba-na-na-na. I fear no man, though the world is broken. Check. Let's add 6 decibels. Add 6 decibels. Check. Ooh, that goes into the red, but I'm not going to be yelling like that. All right. Time for a little chill stream. Time for a little chill stream. Hang out. Watch some videos that I want to watch. That I've been meaning to watch. On the docket for tonight, we're going to watch the new Jubilee video. Destiny's in it and Chandler Crump. Black conservatives versus white liberals in middle ground on Jubilee. We'll watch that. We'll see what's up with that. Probably won't be anything groundbreaking in that video. I don't think Destiny knew who Chandler Crump was. I'm not 100% sure he's in this video, but I think he's in this video because it looks like him in the thumbnail. What's good, SE Wolverines? And then we're going to watch, actually, we'll watch the Tucker video first. The guy that talked about Obama in the limousine stories. Tucker got an interview with him. Larry something. Oh boy. People gonna hate Tucker for this one. Tucker got an interview with this guy. So we're gonna watch the Tucker video. We're gonna watch the Jubilee video. Do little reactions to that. Meanwhile, I was thinking I was gonna play some Mario, but I'm not gonna play Mario. I'm just gonna play around with this card game. Build a deck. Maybe my homie will play some games. But that's boring. If you don't know how to play the game, it's boring. So that'll just be going on the side. Mainly, we're just going to watch these videos and talk about them. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me. I offend everybody, the left, right, in the middle. Blame my parents because I've been this way since I was. Because I've been this way since I was little. So, yeah. Let's wait a little while before we start the video. In the meantime, I gotta build this deck. Gotta build this new cooler deck. How's your day going, SC Wolverines? We'll start this video here in a minute. Select. This card attacks, draw 1 card. Card attacks leader card. I'm chilling. Chilling like a villain. Had to change some hoses on the swamp coolers on the roof this morning of the complex. Then we went out to finish a lawn maintenance job for a bunch of liberal kids who rent this house, rent one of our properties, and they don't take care of nothing. The whole yard is a mess. So we did some of it last week and we finished it today. So I had to mow. They haven't cut the grass ever. The freaking grass was up to my nipples. Like 4 foot tall grass. So I had to mow that, and then we had to weed eat, sweep off everything. But they don't take care of their yard. Oh, also, maybe we'll touch on this Burning Man stuff. I think it's over by now. But I forgot to talk about the Burning Man stuff on Monday. There was too much stuff. I never got to the Burning Man stuff. But I don't know. It is kind of interesting. The climate change people were trying to stop Burning Man when it's all the climate change people at Burning Man. They're the ones who go to Burning Man, the hippies, who worship the playa, worship the earth. I heard a caller on Nick's stream saying that one of the rules, let me see if I can pull up the 10 laws of Burning Man. Let me see. 10 laws of Burning Man. Just to fact check this guy. 10 principles of Burning Man. He said something about they're not supposed to spill a drop of water because it damages the playa. And then while they were there, God brought rain. And then he put rainbows in the sky. Burning Man co-founder Larry Harvey wrote the 10 principles in 2004 as guidelines. Radical inclusion. Anyone may be part of Burning Man. We welcome and respect the stranger. No prerequisites exist for participation in our community, except for being able to pay for the $500 ticket, $125 for parking. Gifting. Burning Man is devoted to acts of gift giving. The value of a gift is unconditional. Gifting does not contemplate a return or an exchange for something of equal value. But I heard they only bring the bare minimums that they need to get through. That's why they were starving out there. Somebody died. In order to decommodification. In order to preserve the spirit of gifting, our community seeks to create social environments that are unmediated by commercial sponsorships, transactions, or advertising. We stand ready to protect our culture from such exploitation. We resist the substitution of consumption for participatory experience. Radical self-reliance. Burning Man encourages the individual to discover, exercise, and rely on their inner resources. Except when it rains and there's 2 inches of mud and you can't walk in the mud. These people who are supposed to be the environmental types, the nature-loving hippies, they don't have any self-reliance. They can't do anything for themselves. Radical self-expression. Radical self-expression arises from the unique gifts of the individual. No one other than the individual or a collaborating group can determine its content. It is offered as a gift to others. In this spirit, the giver should respect the rights and liberties of the recipient. Communal effort. Communism. Our community values creative cooperation and collaboration. We strive to produce, promote, and protect social networks, public spaces, works of art, and methods of communication that support such interaction. You don't protect the work of art of the giant wooden guy that you light on fire. Civic responsibility. We value civil society. No, you don't. Community members who organize events should assume you value degenerate society. Community members who organize events should assume responsibility for public welfare and endeavor to communicate civic responsibilities to participants. They must also assume responsibility for conducting events in accordance with local, state, and federal laws. Leaving no trace. Our community respects the environment. We are committed to leaving no physical trace of our activities wherever we gather. We clean up after ourselves and endeavor, whenever possible, to leave such places in a better state than when we found them. Well, you destroyed the playa when it rained because you were having a party there and you tore up all the playa. All the playa is destroyed. Hopefully they shut down Burning Man now because of it. Participation. Our community is committed to a radically participatory ethic. We believe that transformative change, whether in the individual or in society, can occur only through the medium of deeply personal participation. We achieve being through doing. Everyone is invited to work. Everyone is invited to play. We make the world real through actions that open the heart. Sounds like a bunch of communist gobbledygook to me. as Norm Macdonald would say, immediacy. Immediate experience is, in many ways, the most important touchstone of value in our culture. We seek to overcome barriers that stand between us and a recognition of our inner selves, the reality of those around us, participation in society, and contact with the natural world exceeding human powers. No idea can substitute for this experience. Yep, sounds like a bunch of hippy dippy mumbo jumbo, if you ask me. Dang, bro, get it done. Get her done. Get her done. I was reading there is a total of 70,000 people at the festival stuck. Could you imagine paying just to get stuck in such a situation? No, because I wouldn't get stuck in the mud. I know how to walk in the mud. These people are just worthless. That's why they're stuck. Hello, SE Wolverines. Nope. Not anymore. I don't think they're stuck. I was going to talk about this Monday, but I forgot to. But yeah, somebody said that they're not even supposed to spill a drop of water. I'm trying to see if that's accurate. Gray water disposal. Don't dump it. Dumping large amounts of untreated water on the playa introduces contaminants and can turn the clay into instant slippery, sticky mud. Don't dispose of your gray water. Yeah, they couldn't even service the latrines. They couldn't even service the portolets, the porto potties, the johns, as some would call them. Leaky things and spills, the most common LNT issues. Year after year, we see the same issues related to leaks and spills. Here are tips for dealing with them. Gray and black water spills. How will you dispose? Toilets and shower. There are no showers in Burning Man until it rains. Only communal toilets to use. Communal toilets! If you need a shower, rent an RV, but trust me, you'll be covered in dust again in minutes. Don't fight the dust, just embrace it. Yeah, but a little rain and they start melting. That's because they're witches and wizards. I'm melting because of the rain. First timer's guide to Burning Man. If you do rent an RV, clean it thoroughly before returning it. They will slap you with fines that spiral if the RV is filled with dust or dirt. For a 10, it's easier, but you will have to consider the heat of the desert when camping between 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., except to leave your glaringly hot tent to find some shade. Look at this mess. Look at this mess. Cool art, though. That looks cool. I like the lights and the lights and the cool art installations and stuff, but I don't know. I would get annoyed with all the hippies. What do you eat and drink? Probably food, water. See their statue worship, the fire, a lot of hedonistic mess. Part of the principle is radical self-reliance. This means you should take enough water and food for anything else you need to full time while set Black Rock City. Of course, you'll be gifted food and drink whilst you're here, but you must always have enough water and food to sustain you. Do you need money? Gifting. What are they gifting you? Drugs? I bet that's what the gifting is. They pass around ecstasy. Money is no good in Burning Man. Communists, well, actually, it's possible to use, but only for a few things: ice and coffee. Okay. You can't buy water, but you can buy frozen water. You can pick these up at Center Camp. For everything else, fellow burners will gift you items. Nothing is traded, only gifted, so give generously and take graciously and respectfully. After all, Burning Man operates on the principles of gifting. So have a little think before you attend how you can contribute to this amazing community. Bro, y'all got stuck in the mud. Look at all these people tripping balls right now. What to wear at Burning Man? Nothing. Most people just walk around naked. Anything or nothing. I was just joking, and it says it right there. You'll find every kind of outfit or lack thereof, a bunch of nudists, all across Burning Man. If you want to be naked, be naked. I was just joking, Burning Man. Lord have mercy. Bunch of dang hippies. MOOP stands for matter out of place. This can be anything from trash, clothes, bikes, literally anything you bring to Burning Man that wouldn't have been there without you being present. Each burner has a responsibility to leave no trace when attending Burning Man, and you must take all your items and trash away with you. No ifs or buts. Always make sure to take it with you, including the herpes. Depending on where you're heading, you can stop off at a recycling banks for trash and donation centers for bikes too. Whoa, what is that? It's a big old inflatable bong. What the heck? The heck is that? It looks like Dumbo mutated. Is a Pokemon? Is that a Pokemon? What the? Mainly the biggest cost of Burning Man itself will be the ticket, around $400. I think it's up to $550. Thanks to Bidenomics, and the permit for your vehicle is now around $125, not $100. Therefore, depending on where you're coming from, your trip needn't cost you much more than that. I bet it's kind of fun. In my old younger days, I probably would have enjoyed it, but it's degenerate fun. So the reality of planning does mean that costs can spiral, or at least they did for us. For instance, the planning, logistics, rentals, and food can all mount up, especially if you're traveling internationally. This is why we wanted to detail this cost in our First Timer's Guide to Burning Man. Look at this guy. Hey. RV rental. RV rental, $3,000. Flights, $3,000. Gas, $400. Food and drinks and alcohol, $800. Outfit/desert gear cost, $500. A weekend of degeneracy and drug-fueled sex with nudists and hippies, priceless. You got to pay for the bike? What, they provide the bikes? The bikes? Yo, they got a fort. We used to play in forts like this when I was a kid. Get off of here. What the? Burning Man, the 10 principles. Okay, what about the people stuck in the flood? Oh, this says 11 principles of Burning Man. People stranded at Burning Man. I think they're out by now. They make a mass exodus. They gotta see, they take the stuff from the Bible and they twist it and manipulate it. They make a mass exodus. You didn't make a mass exodus, bro. You just left because the rain stopped. After a weekend stuck in the desert, thousands of Burning Man attendees made a mass exodus Monday after heavy rains turned the remote festival grounds into a mud pit, leaving more than 70,000 people stranded in the Nevada desert all weekend. Is this part of the Salt Flats? Because somebody was calling it the Salt Flats on Nick's show. Salt Flats come all the way up to Utah. Salt Lake City. Burning Man is more proof the U.S. values the rich entitled, from LA Times. The fuss over Burning Man proves we care about the wrong people stuck in the mud. Why are they rich people? They probably are a lot of rich people. Pretending. When I go to Drum Circle at Liberty Park, there's like a small group of like real homeless people, like real hippies, real minimalists who hang out there. But the majority of the people there are a bunch of college kids and rich people, rich Democrats who just dress up like hippies, and they go down there and then they eat some mushrooms or trip on some acid and play the drums and take their shirts off and dance around jiggling their tiggly bits. And with kids around, somebody always getting stabbed with kids around, everybody doing drugs with kids around. But it's supposed to be spiritual. It's supposed to be spiritual. It's not spiritual. It's physical mess. Mess. Bunch of mess. Okay, I don't care about this exodus. It's not an exodus. The rain stopped, bruh. Burning Man attendees begin to leave Soggy Festival. County official gives update on stranded Burning Man attendees. This is 3 days ago, 22 hours ago from the Independent. Officials have revealed the suspected cause of death for the man who died at Burning Man as the festival descended into chaos with heavy rainfall, flooding, and muddy conditions. What's the cause of death? Drug overdose? That would be my guess. I don't think he died from exposure because of the rain and the mud. The man identified as 32-year-old Leon Reese, or maybe he died from climate change. Maybe he had a cardiac arrest due to who knows what. Was found unresponsive on the playa on Friday. Emergency responders unable to revive him. The exact cause of Reese's death is still pending. Washoe County Medical Examiner's Office said in a statement on Tuesday that drug intoxication was suspected. Shocker. Shocker. But it was hot outside and it was rainy, so let's blame it on climate change. Let's add it to the climate change death toll. Tempers frayed during the exodus, with Pershing County Sheriff Allen saying the attendees lashed out at each other as they waited to leave the desert. What about peace and unity? What about peace and unity? What about holding hands and singing Kumbaya? Officials also debunked a conspiracy theory that the festival was hit with an Ebola outbreak. What about leprosy? They got leprosy coming back in Florida. Did you guys know that? Did you know that? Jeff Hewitt. Good play on the old MasterCard commercials. Glad you caught that. The only thing about it is it's the desert punk ambient they create. Degenerate ambience. Did they get a refund for it? No. I guarantee they ain't getting no refund. Refund? They gifted that money. No man, though the world is broken, God shine your light on me. 6 days after the fuel spill, most Tennessee city can't drink. What the heck? A fuel spill in Tennessee? Contaminating the drinking water, kind of like Ohio. Huh. Boiling water. I hung out with DC's thriving Burning Man. All right, enough of that crap. Enough Burning Man. It's over. Old news. Nobody cares. You're hippies. You love Gaia. You should be able to survive a freaking mud puddle. They play in the mud all the time. If you catch my drift. If you get where I'm going. None of them dudes are playing in the mud. Pause. Gross. Okay. Let's watch some Tucker. Yo. Tucker Carlson interviews man who claims to have had sex with Barack Obama. What the? Oh, no. Now, this is an old story that they kind of buried. There's old tapes, recordings of Barack buying crack from some gay guy. And this is old news. Like, this isn't anything new, but the fact that Tucker got an interview with this guy, people are going to be losing their minds over this one. But it's old news that Barack was a gay crackhead, okay? If you didn't know that, then you haven't been paying enough attention. He's married to a man. Duh. I think that my husband, Mike, we often like to smoke a little crack together. Let's watch this video. Come on, Tucker.
In retrospect, it's pretty amazing that Barack Obama got as far as he did. In 2004,
What's up, lady?
December 2004, Barack Obama gave the keynote address at the Democratic convention in Boston.
Pause on that playing in the mud. Yeah. Well, I meant it to be. That was the purpose. Yeah, they were. That's what I was saying. They like to play in the mud.
And when he walked to the podium, probably only a small percentage of people in the room knew how to pronounce his name. He was totally unheard of. No one knew Barack Obama. At the time,
when you're driving down the street and your son going down to the store to get some pop, and your son looks up at the statue and says, "Dad, who's that man?" He says, "Son, that's a crackhead." Shout out JLP. You're looking thinner, Josh? It's because I shaved. I trimmed the beard up a little bit. Trimmed up the beard a little bit.
Was a state senator in Illinois.
I trimmed the beard. It takes about 10 pounds off my face in exchange for crack cocaine.
4 years later, he once again spoke to the Democratic convention, but this time as the nominee. Meteoric doesn't begin to describe it. How did this happen? Well, the outlines are fairly well known, though rarely talked about. A small group of Democratic donors, mostly in Chicago, decided that Barack Obama was their guy. He was the vessel for their ambitions. They paid for his campaign. They paved the way for his rise. He spent 2 years pointlessly in the United States Senate preparing to run for president in 2008, and of course, in the end, he won. But the question was, who was this man? Where did he come from? What did he spend his life doing before he became president of the United States? Well, the news media, whose job it is to answer those questions, spent the entire 2008 campaign trying to keep you from knowing the answers. By Election Day, most Americans knew only one thing about Barack Obama, other than he was handsome and a good communicator: hope and change. But they knew nothing about him, his origins, what he believed, and legitimate questions about those facts were turned away, as they often are, with the claim, "That's a conspiracy theory. You're crazy. Shut up." One of the most interesting moments in the 2008
It's not a conspiracy theory. They have him on tape buying crack from a gay guy in his limo
campaign occurred when a man, like Obama himself, came from out of nowhere to recount his experiences with Barack Obama, the man. His name was Larry Sinclair.
Not supposed to be
told
on the
an
internet.
amazing story. He said that in 1990,
Mr. Mad, you need to do a John Teeter stream where you where you can react to my commentary and you can rebut all my points. I would watch it and I would enjoy it. And I wouldn't have a problem with it. If your leader is blue, that doesn't work. That don't work. Where's the cards that I'm looking for? I'm looking for. Okay, back to this. I'm sick of embarrassing myself online. Trying to limit my online chat presence. Well, you don't really embarrass yourself in the chats. You know? And when you do your stream, you can do whatever you want to do in your streams. The only times you do anything egregious is where you come on other people's streams and kind of break their rules. And then I like you, so I don't want to kick you out. But it's like, but then now I'm being a hypocrite because I tell other people they can't say certain things. And then I let you say it. And it's kind of like tough. But, do your streams. I don't think the problem is the internet, though. I think, and I'm saying this with love, I think maybe you should just try to drink a little less. A little less. Just work on it. Not, I'm not saying you're a bad guy or you're a drunk or you're alcohol. I'm not saying none of that. I'm just saying, maybe just little by little try to reduce it a little bit. That's what I'm doing with the beer. I try, on the weekends, I'll get back up and I'll have like a 6-pack on the weekends on Saturday, and then Sunday, I want beer again, so I'll have beers on Friday night and Saturday night, and then Sunday night, and then I'm like, dang, I just lost all my progress because I went 3 days without drinking any beer. But then Friday, Saturday, Sunday rolls around, I'm drinking beer again, and it's like now I got to start over again, and I got to slowly reduce it down. It's like last night I drank 2 25-ounce cans. That's 50 ounces. So tonight I'm probably just going to try to drink a 32 ounce. I'll just buy one 32 ounce. And then tomorrow just have a 25 ounce. And then no beer. But then Saturday the fights roll around and I want to have some beers with the homies and drink some beers and stuff. But, if you're I've been drinking since I was 16. It's my greatest challenge. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Cigarettes are my greatest challenge. And I haven't stopped smoking cigarettes. You think These help. These help. These little nicotine packs. Tucker is an advocate for these nicotine packs. Tucker says he does the zine pouches. And you would never think Tucker, I don't think Tucker drinks. I don't think he doesn't smoke. He doesn't even watch TV, but he says he does a little nicotine pouch in the morning with his coffee. And then one a little later in the day, and he raves about it. He's like, I love nicotine. It helps. And there's people actually who say that nicotine is kind of like caffeine, where it's not like a harmful drug. The problem is the cigarette is the what's the administering the method that you're using to take it in the nicotine. With the cigarettes, that smoke and all them other chemicals is destroying your lungs. And so morally, I look at it as it doesn't say anywhere in the Bible if you smoke cigarettes you're going to hell, right? It doesn't say anywhere in the 10 commandments or in the new commandments loving your neighbor as yourself and loving God. None of that says that smoking a cigarette is a sin, but you are destroying yourself. I don't think you're going to hell for smoking cigarettes. I don't think you're going to hell. Well, if we get real biblical about it, it says drunkards will not see the kingdom. Um, but having a little drinky every now and then is not, there's nothing wrong with that. It's all about moderation. It's all about if you have the ability to resist it. If you can't possibly say no to a drink, then it's maybe a problem you got to work on. If I'm have to have a cigarette, then it's a problem I need to work on. Plus, I'm destroying my temple. You wouldn't you wouldn't go into a church. You wouldn't go into the Sistine Chapel and light a bale of hay on fire in the middle. Why? Because the smoke is going to destroy the art on the ceiling. You're destroying the temple. So that's kind of how I, in my mind, say I should quit the cigarettes, um, because I'm destroying my temple. You know, I'm already in the kingdom though. I just get kicked out from time to time. Get yourself busy. You know the old saying. We don't know that old saying. It's freaking Spanish. Are you trying to say idle hands are the devil's playthings? Is that what that means in Spanish? Una mente vacía es el taller el diablo. Does that mean the idle hands are the devil's playthings? Oh yeah, Mr. Mad said it right here. We don't speak Spanish. This is America. I get bounced from the kingdom. I know. Then you got to pay the what's false? Which part's false? I'm not sure what part he's referring to that's false. I've got a ton of hobbies and interests. Do you have some sort of hobby or maybe something you would like to try? All right, all right, all right. Let's not go into a damn intervention from Mr. Mad here. Have I been summoned yet or not? We can play some games in a little bit. Robloxian YouTuber, you're probably not going to want to listen to the show because we're going to be reacting to some political videos, and we're not going to go in Discord because I'm going to be talking to the stream and reacting to the show. So I'm not going to be able to give my full attention. But since you're here, Robloxian YouTuber, how do I find the new cooler stuff? I want to know what's not true. What did I say that wasn't true? Um, Shout out, by the way. Where'd he go? Turning Guns. I saw you in AC's chat. You said that's actually false. Um, which part was false? Elaborate. Placating to sin is false. Placating to sin is false. Not sure what you mean by that. Not sure what you mean by that. I also don't know your interpretation of sin. Um, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Do you think drinking a glass of wine is sin? Because Jesus turned water into wine. It says throughout the Bible, drink your wine, rejoice, and be merry. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't think anybody's placating to sin. Oh God, politics, yay. This ain't a dang intervention. What the? I'm just me. I know how to yield myself. You're good. You're good. No man is good. I'm smart on this. Do you know? If you have to say you're smart on something, that makes me question. Type in cooler in the text chat. I tried that. It didn't work. I'm trying to find the new Z leader. I could probably just go Z leaders. But in type, it doesn't even. Hold on. Let me clear filters. Should I go to I'm smart on this, do you know? Nobody's placating to sin. What is sin? Was it a sin when Adam and Eve were naked in the garden? Nope, it wasn't. You know what the sin was? The sin was when they looked upon themselves and they judged it and they hid from God. So they were playing God. The sin wasn't being naked. The sin isn't the action. I'm very aware of wine in the Jewish marriage. Yeah. If you can point me to one of the 10 commandments that says, thou shalt not smoke cigarettes, then I'll agree with you. But you can't do that because it's not in there. The only way you could probably call that a sin is that you're destroying your temple. Um, I guess you're not loving your brother because it stinks. So if somebody thinks it stinks, it's not nice to. It's not good to make your brother smell some stinky stuff. I'm smart on this too. Don't worry, buddy. If there's one thing I know, it's the Bible. I had a few drinks tonight, and when I drink, I love all y'all and want to talk to every last one of you. So that's my biggest folly. Oh, I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know who was placating to sin. It does say treat your body as a temple. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's my point. My temple's a club. That's that type of club, or like biddies grinding. What type of club? Sources, trust me, bro. 11th commandment: Thou shalt not smoke cigarettes. What the dang? Is that in the Apocrypha? Man, Nick, I wanted to call Nick and talk to that guy so bad today. I was gonna ask him. I kept typing it in chat and trying to get Anchor Baby to ask the dude about. It's called mitz mitzitz papa, which is Hebrew for oral suction. This is really gross, by the way, but it's in the Talmud. It's not in the Torah. It's not in the Bible. I think the Talmud was written by a false prophet, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and the Talmud is a deceiving book, kind of like the Book of Mormon is to the Bible. I was going to say all this in a call. Like, I wanted to call and say all this, and I was going to tell the guy, I was going to say, why don't you explain to the audience what mitzitz bapa is? I wasn't going to say it because I might get banned from the show for talking about it because it's so disgusting. But I was going to have him explain it. And then I bet he would have been like, well, oh, I don't know about that, or I don't want to talk about that, or something like that. And I would have been like, wait, so you're the Talmudic expert, but you don't want to talk about something that's in the Talmud because you know it's freaking gross and it's demonic and it's vampiric. And also, raising clay golems, you know who makes the clay golems in the video game Diablo? The necromancer. But in the nicest terms, the mitzitz bapa, or am I saying it right? Hold on. I have it in my Google history right now. So there's metzitza, and then there's metzitza bape, which is oral suction, and they still do this to this day. A lot of synagogues in New York City have come under fire for this because they were supposed to stop a long time ago. Because regardless of religious freedom, this is just gross. But it has to do with, think about when a rattlesnake bites you and they suck the venom out of the rattlesnake bite. Well, when the rabbi circumcises a baby, he's supposed to make sure that there's no intoxication, there's nothing, no contaminants left in the wound. So he performs metzitz bepe, however the heck you say it. And I'm not going to go into more detail on what that is, but it's really gross. It's really gross. It translates to oral suction, and it's supposed to sterilize the wound and pull out any, but it's really just like vampire demonic stuff. Yes, Mr. Mad. Yes, that's what they do. It's gross. Yeah, they're called the moil. And it says, and he kept saying, well, that's not, that bad stuff that this person does and that bad stuff that this Jewish person does. That's not Judaism. You have to point me towards a practice in Judaism that is bad or immoral. And so I wanted to call and bring up this and have him explain it to the audience. And then if he tried to deny it, the rabbi is not considered, the rabbi is supposed to, if the rabbi does not do this when he circumcises the child, he's supposed to be kicked out of the rabbinical practice. He's not supposed to be a rabbi anymore. So that's and now that's not in the Torah and that's not in the Bible. So again, I would have prefaced this with I don't have anything against Jewish people. I love Jewish people. But I do have a problem with the Talmud. I think the Talmud is not holy scripture. It's not good. It is a very bad book. It's not good. And I was going to tell him this, and he's supposed to be a Talmudic expert. So I wanted to see what he had to say about it. But I was working my dang butt off today. I can't sit on hold. I ain't got time to sit on hold. Not true. When you wake up, the first thing you do is your God. Is that true? Not true. You keep saying stuff's not true. You got to elaborate. Everything that I just said is 100% true. Sounds like an excuse for them to. That's what I'm saying, Obama Gaming. It's not cool. But that's not, only Talmudic rabbis do that. Some of the Jewish people, the based ones, don't go along with the Talmud because there's a lot of weird mess in the Talmud. And when Hassan asked him about, they say Jesus in hell swimming in semen. Yeah, that is in the Talmud. So yes, it is gross. It is gross. It's very gross. There's news articles about it. It still happens to this day. It still happens in New York. There's a synagogue that does it, and they've come under a lot of fire. And then they cite their First Amendment right to freedom to practice religion. No, no, sorry, no, that's gross. Don't do that. No, y'all need to get banished. It is a real thing. You can look it up on Wikipedia right now and read all about it. I can show you a news article. We need to get back to the video. Mitzitza Bepe, where the Mohel use their I don't even want to read that. It's gross. With a swift swipe to his slap, but leans down. Here you go, from The Guardian. Here you go, from The Guardian. Rabbis in New York negotiate how to protect infants and preserve religious freedom. Oral suction circumcision has been linked to 17 cases of herpes since 2000. Mayor in talk with Orthodox Jews to reconsider regulation on the ritual. With a swift swipe of his scalpel, Rabbi, a Romy Kun, circumcises the baby, then leans down and blanks the blank from the blank as prayers in Hebrew fill the Brooklyn synagogue. It was 100% real. So you could always say Jews on YouTube now. You're not allowed to say Jew on YouTube. You're just not allowed to deny the thing, and you're not allowed to imply that they run everything. But, pointing out their theology, their Talmudic theology, there's nothing wrong with that. Reading a news article there's nothing wrong with that. And this is why I drink. Yeah, that'll drive a man to drink. That'll drive a man to drink quick. Ignoring the herpes is still unacceptable on a moral level. What is this, a classical Christian man? I think I will smoke most. What is this? I'm a classical Christian man. I think I will smoke most. You smoke the most? Pot? Are you a pothead? What the? Okay, let's play the video. Enough of that mess. I was just saying I wanted to call in today and ask him about that. I kept saying it in the chat, and Nick didn't read my chats. But I wanted to see what he thought about that as a Talmudic expert.
He had encountered Barack Obama in Illinois.
A classical Christian man doesn't say, I will smoke most about my knowledge in Christianity.
Sex with Barack Obama and then used cocaine with him. Sinclair went
on
to make these Obama. 1999 was Larry Sinclair.
Larry Sinclair.
Amazing story. He said that in 1999 he had encountered Barack Obama in Illinois, had sex with Barack Obama, and then used cocaine with him. Sinclair went on to make these claims publicly.
Crack cocaine. Not just regular cocaine, crack cocaine. Hunter likes that hard. Or Hunter likes that soft. Obama liked that hard. And Hunter likes meth too. I don't see enough people talking about Hunter being a meth head or a tweaker. Like, in the pictures, he's got a bubble. That's a meth pipe. That's not a crack pipe. That's a meth pipe. He's not just doing crack. He's doing meth too.
At the National Press Club in Washington to sign a sworn affidavit and to take a lie detector test. But he was dismissed. In fact,
in regards to the current video you're watching, I can confirm it is true. Well, your name is Obama Gaming, so you must have insider deets. Do you got the insider deets? Were you on the campaign, Obama Gaming? What the?
Was attacked.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really confirm that it's true, but I believe it.
Obama shills like Ben Smith of Politico batted the claims out without refuting them. They're absurd. And the rest of the media followed suit. But the claims weren't absurd. We're not claiming they're true, but they were certainly credible. This was a first-hand account of Barack Obama's behavior by someone who was willing to sign a sworn affidavit to that effect. So the question is, whatever happened to Larry Sinclair? What's his life been like since? That's an interesting story. It turns out Larry Sinclair is still alive. He lives in Mexico. But today, he's in our studio, and we're happy to have him. Larry Sinclair, thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Where did you meet Barack Obama?
It was by accident. I was in the Chicago area.
Oh, it's Obama.
99 for Lee Duke's graduation from the Naval Academy.
Who's Lee Duke?
He's basically my godson.
Okay.
I had hired a limousine
I'm
service.
sorry to interrupt. Did you live in Chicago then?
No, I was actually living in Colorado.
If you want, I'll come up, and I think I know the answer to most questions. Well, we haven't asked any questions, but what do you mean you'll come up to Utah? You're gonna come visit me in Utah? And this guy, this guy missing. He got some of them crack teeth, and he got a little bit of a feminine voice. So, you know, I definitely believe that he was doing some weird stuff.
I had flown in the night before.
Okay.
So,
Nah, a crack pipe is a straight stem. A meth pipe has a bubble, Mr. Mad. So when you go to the ghetto gas stations, and you see the rows in the stem or the rows in the bubble, one's for crack, one's for meth.
had hired a limousine service, had made it the driver
Oh, I got that covered. Turning guns, I got that covered.
aware that if Lee couldn't leave the base, because once they graduate, some of them actually get their assignments and they're shipping out and they can't leave the base, that I was still interested in going out. And had asked the driver if he knew anybody that was available that might want to show me, Chicago. And he said he did. So
Well, who was the driver?
his name was Jameer.
It doesn't even give me an
Multani.
option for Z leader.
It was with
See,
5-star limo.
heck.
So you're just a guy who's in town for the night, and it sounds like you're looking to party, actually. Yeah.
That's
what you're really saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was in town for a few nights, but yeah, I was definitely looking to party. And
Did you make that clear to the driver?
oh yeah,
We
Yeah.
like
yeah,
to
there was
party.
no misunderstanding.
How
like-
how
we like to
how
party.
direct were you about that?
Extremely,
Extremely.
extremely.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no doubt what I was looking for.
Okay.
And he picked me up at my hotel in Gurnee and drove into Chicago, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this guy that's introduced to me as Barack Obama. It
Doesn't
was
have
literally that casual. That
Had you ever heard of him?
no,
Did the driver know him?
yep. The driver definitely knew him because the driver said that he was a friend.
Interesting. How would the driver be friends with Barack Obama?
I only found out
I
later,
can't find these cards, so I can't build this
dealing
deck.
with a reporter from Bloomberg News, that apparently the limousine company had been doing business with Tony Resco,
Oh.
that at the time was somehow affiliated
Was
with
in
Barack
Obama's
Obama.
orbit.
Yeah.
Yes. Interesting. So he knew Barack Obama, and in his view, Barack Obama
It's not-
liked the same kind of partying.
It's
you
not
were
a
looking
battle
for.
Yeah.
or a unison or a ad. Gurney.
So sex and drugs and upwards.
Well, the sex part I wasn't so sure about until, of course, you make your move, but it became obvious very quick. The coke part I thought was interesting because of the way that I had brought it up.
So I'm stepping on your story. So you pull, and I apologize. So you pull up to this bar. The driver is basically scouting some dude for you to hang out with.
Correct.
There's this guy, Barack Obama. Have you ever heard of Barack Obama?
Never. Never. We're having drinks. I mentioned the fact that I could use something to wake up. I was extremely exhausted.
So you went into the bar.
Yes, sir.
What kind of bar was it?
I'm trying to remember. I've been
here we
trying to
go.
remember the name. I know that the glasses had 3 X's on them because I remember taking one home for a friend of mine.
But I mean,
X's.
generally characterize it. Was it,
It was
working class
up,
bar,
no, it
gay
was
bar, strip
upscale.
bar?
It was upscale, quiet. Wasn't really that really didn't have a lot of energy to it. It was
Yeah.
more relaxed, more like a lounge as opposed to somewhere where people would go and get loud and crazy,
Yeah.
which made it easier to talk. But like I said, when I brought up the fact that I could use something to wake up, he immediately knew what I was referring to, had made it clear that I was looking for coke, and I
Coke.
really was. and had made the suggestion that he knew where we could get it, and we left to go get it.
What the?
Interesting. Did he say what he did for a living?
Nope.
Drugs?
I had no idea that he was a representative in the Illinois House. I had no idea he was in politics. I just knew that he was supposedly married and at the time was going through some issues with the marriage.
He said that?
That was made clear.
Did he say what kind of issues?
No.
Do you remember? No. So you said, I'm looking for someone to wake up. He knows you're referring to cocaine. I know where to get it. What happens next?
We get back in the limo. The driver takes us wherever it is that Barack had instructed him to take us. I had given Barack $250 to pay for coke.
That's a lot of
He
crack.
gets out, comes back. I start putting a line on a CD tray.
Oh, so it's not crack. It's coke. It's coke. They're doing lines. It's not crack. $250. That's about a what did they call it? See, I haven't done drugs in a long time. A cue ball? Is that a ball? That was a ball. That's more than a ball. More than a ball. That's 2 balls. You get 2 balls of coke for dang $250. Unless it's that Miami Fire, unless it's that fish scale, then you maybe get 1 ball. I love Jackson Hole. Jackson Hole? What the heck? He never changed his story. Josh, you should know the video from years ago when he spoke to Congress. I watched it not too long ago, and his story is similar. But if I'm wrong, he changed the story a bit. Yeah, I've heard the recording. I've seen the video. Come on, Floor. You know who you're talking to. That's not the place to be. It's near Six Flags Great America. Yo, Bibby. What's up, Lord Bibby? You got to stop this, though. What am I stopping? The video? No, we're going to listen to the video. We're going to listen to the video. The guy that's running our president from the basement in his sweatpants is doing coke with gay guys. I was talking about balls again. No, it's a drug term. Close to a ball. That's still a lot of coke. 8 ball is like 120. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you get about a quarter. 8 ball is 3.5, right? You could get a quarter, but they don't call it quarter in coke language. For $250, unless it's that fire, unless it's that fish scale butter, then maybe they got a ball for $250. Back then, though, before Bidenomics and Obamaflation, or no, was there a lot of inflation under Obama? Probably. Commies.
To snort.
And you're in the limo.
Yep.
Driving or parked?
No, the driver's driving.
See, so this is an old story. This story's been out since 1999, but they buried it. I'm glad Tucker is exposing it.
Yep. Tucker's
I
a
start
boss,
to
dude.
put a line on a CD tray, and I
Yep.
just happened to notice that he pulls something else out of his pocket.
His penis?
And
What?
next thing I know, he's got a little pipe and he's smoking. So
Crackhead!
I don't have an issue with it. I mean, some people smoke, some people snort.
Smoking the cocaine.
Yes. So as I'm doing a line, I just start. This is the part where you kind of make your move to see where things are going. So I just started rubbing my hand along this.
Why is this guy wearing freaking wrist guards, though? He's probably got arthritis from... Never mind. That's too far. 40 was a G. 40 was a G in Tampa. Wiener!
Try to see where it was going, and it went the direction I had intended it to go. So the night became somewhat active sexually and drug-wise in the limo.
Uh-oh.
So
Sexual.
you hit on him. Did he seem shocked by that?
It
Not
got
at
a
all.
little sexual.
Yeah. I mean, if you're smoking crack with a stranger in the back of a limo, like
That's
you got to
probably bad.
imagine things might go crazy places.
Well, not only imagine it, I look at it this way. I've done a lot of crazy things in my lifetime. I'm a pretty good judge of character, and I pretty much know whether or not I can move in a certain direction with an individual. I didn't feel that I was going in the wrong direction. I just wasn't so sure how much I could trust the individual
Right.
at first. And that was probably one of my bigger concerns. But the fact that I was already becoming somewhat buzzed, you kind of throw caution to the wind.
You weren't sure you could trust the individual. What does that mean?
He was a little
He-
buzzed.
Have you considered going solar in Utah?
No! Actually, I've considered doing this as a job. Going door to door selling solar panels. I could be doing my part to save the environment.
When you meet someone out of the blue and you go to a level that you're doing drugs with, or you're giving money to purchase drugs,
Yeah, he's got arthritis of the wrist from going skiing too much, and he's missing his teeth. That comes from smoking crack. I know. Trust me.
or even for sexual activity, you have to be sure that you can trust them. And when I say trust, I mean that you're not going to end up being robbed, or that you're not going to end up having a knife stuck into you,
Right.
you know, from one direction or another, or that you're not going to pull up somewhere and all of a sudden the car door is going to open and you got 5 people pulling you out of it.
Totally.
That's what I mean when I
Yep.
say trust
Yep.
someone.
And you've been around at this point
Oh,
in
yeah.
your life, big time.
Yeah.
Right. So probably not your first time in a situation like this.
Not at all. And that's why I said I pretty much know where I can go and
Yeah.
at what point.
So you start rubbing his leg, and
Ew.
I think, I was to be totally blunt with you, like a man who's not into gay sex would be like, whoa, settle down.
Trust me, if it was something that you were not interested in,
Yeah.
and you're right, I've had guys that I read wrong that would literally try to break your hand.
For sure.
If you went in that route. So it's not like this was something that he wasn't into. It's
Yeah.
not something that he was shocked by.
Yeah.
Shocked by, you don't get excited and you don't unbutton your pants and you don't just sit there and let it happen.
Yeah.
So it definitely wasn't Barack's first time.
Whoa.
That much I'm absolutely certain of.
He was experienced.
And I would almost be willing to bet you it wasn't his last.
He was experienced
So,
with the gayness.
so you performed oral sex on
I
Barack
did.
Obama.
Whoa!
Wh-
None of this is a surprise to me, by the way. It's just when I hear it, you know. But we already knew this. This is not new news, by the way. I don't care about it, though. It's stupid. Well, I do. I do. I think we need to expose this because a lot of people didn't know this. A lot of people don't know this. And it's funny. It's just funny. If you don't think this is funny, then you ain't got no sense of humor. Josh is so focused on the convo, though. No, I'm leaning forward at this screen. The convo's over here. I'm not like leaning into this. I'm reading these cards on this little screen.
and the driver's up front,
Yep.
and he's cool with this.
The
Slap
driver
in the
has
face.
the partition up. He didn't have a problem with it. He didn't put it down for any reason.
I mean, he kind of
Ooh, the partition. He got the partition up. Doesn't Beyonce have a song about that?
set up the whole thing for this in the first place.
Exactly. And I have a funny feeling he had no bones to pick
To
with
pick?
it as far as what took place. In it.
Yeah.
I knew he was going to say.
So what happened after?
You might think he was talking about another type of bone, but he was talking about bones to pick.
Afterwards, I actually went back to my hotel. I had
I
specifically
don't even see
asked
Rome
that
in
he
the
drop
chat.
Barack off
Oh wait,
first,
she's up here.
but for some reason he
Oh, I
and
have
Barack
top chat
chose
on.
that they would drop
Maybe
me
she
off
said
at the hotel
something
first, and then he
edgy.
would take Barack.
Oh,
So
yep, she
Barack
did.
actually made the drive out to Gurney.
Yeah, YouTube did. When you have it on top chat, it doesn't show you the edgy comments. So I didn't see Rome's comments. Oral sex means they just talked about it. Oh no, there was some sodomy involved. There was a little bit of sodomy involved. Only DJ on Paul listens to Beyonce amongst us. See, I don't know the Beyonce version. I know the Lil Wayne version. I woke up and started stroking. Well, go, baby. She said, don't take me wrong, don't take it easy on me, don't do me no favors, no neighbors. I'm not going to sing that song. It's inappropriate.
which is a suburb outside of Chicago, to the hotel for me to be dropped off.
What hotel was that?
It was the Comfort Inn in Gurnee.
Ooh, that sounds depressing.
Well, you have to remember it was 99.
No, those wrist things are from, it's a double entendre going skiing. So it could imply using cocaine or it could imply, pause, don't do that motion. But he's doing both. Both. I misspelled behemoth.
Yeah. No,
And it was close to the Great Lakes Naval facilities.
yeah.
But I got dropped off. They left. The next day was somewhat interesting because he ends up showing up at my hotel room, which I thought was somewhat weird, but
He wanted some more. So when you say he showed up,
he showed up. I mean, I had no warning. I was in the room. There's a knock on the door. I open the door and he's standing there.
Uh-oh.
And he's standing there with more coke, and he comes in, and it was just like a quick, rehash or rerun from the night before.
exact same program.
Exact same program.
Was he smoking again?
Yep.
So Barack Obama smokes crack and then you perform oral sex on him.
And like I said, the only reason I had come out about it is I had reached out to the campaign even in 2007. Only because I saw all these kids getting excited about it.
Okay, wait. So how did that end?
Same way. You get off, you finish smoking, you leave.
Gross.
Thanks, bye? Huh. What did you think of him?
I thought it was interesting. I thought he was definitely a con. But
What do you mean by that?
well, in my life at that point, you made it clear I had already been around.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. So when people are doing things because they actually really enjoy it, or they're sincere, or they're looking, for a connection, or they're doing something because they're looking for an in, or they're looking for a hook, or it's a game.
He was looking for an in.
So for me, I felt that it was a game for him. It was like, okay, what am I going to get out of it? Or is there something I can get out of it other than just, the sexual part?
Right.
And lucky for me, I wasn't going back to Chicago anytime soon, so it really didn't matter.
So you were left with a bad taste in your mouth.
Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, Tucker. Tucker, calm down. He was performing sodomy on Obama, and Tucker said you were left with a bad taste in your mouth. You know dang well Tucker knew the implications in that comment. Gross. Ew. What's up, Billy?
Yeah.
Did you?
Tucker's trying not to laugh right now. Yo, that's horrible. That's horrible. You were left with a bad taste in your mouth, huh? Whoa, whoa. I know, I'm blushing. This is gross.
Talk to him again?
I did not. In fact,
And did you have any idea, even though you had sex with him twice, you did cocaine with him, watched him smoke crack twice, you had no idea who he was?
I had no idea who he was until I'm sitting in my house in Tequila, Nayarit, Mexico in 2004, and he walked on that stage
In Boston?
in the DNC convention, and I literally hit the floor. I just hit the floor and was...
Wait, so you're watching the Democratic Convention from Mexico?
I was
and the guy that smoked crack in your Comfort Inn with you?
I was laughing so hard.
And you were sure it was him?
I was absolutely positive.
How?
I don't forget people I've met. I don't forget people I have spent time with. I just don't.
And
I don't
just to-
forget
just to
people
restate,
who
'cause I
left
think you
a
affirmed
foul
this,
taste
but,
in my mouth.
He used his real name when you were with him.
Yes,
Did he call himself Barack or Barry?
Barack.
Barack.
And so did the driver. And that's why at first, when everybody was referring to him as Barry, I just didn't understand
Barry?
or catch on.
Barry McCockner? Barry McCockenham? Lord. Obama gonna get the mess. Oh, man. This is horrible. What's up, Billy?
Because like I said, I didn't know that much about him other than the fact that, hey, you know, you hook up, you know, today it's Grinder. Back then it was, you know.
The limo driver.
Yeah.
Cocaine and a limo driver. Oh, can y'all not? I must have had the thing scrolled down. My bad.
Bartender, you know. You ask and somebody knows somebody or somebody doesn't.
Amazing. Amazing. So you're sitting there in Mexico watching this and you think, that's the guy I had sex with who smoked crack it with me.
Yep.
Yeah, after this video, it'll be a little more tame. We'll watch the Jubilee. We got Destiny versus Chandler Crump on a Jubilee video.
And what do you think?
Like I said, I just started cracking up. I freaked out. I had even pointed out to some friends of mine that were at the house that night, and I told them, I said, you're not going to believe this. I said, I blew this guy twice.
Oh,
you know,
God.
and they just start cracking up. But that's the thing about me. I've never been in the closet. I've never hid. I mean, I'm always very direct and blunt. And, you know, and I'm just like, this is unreal, you know, and I had no idea that he was going to run, you know, in 2008, but I was back from Mexico, but it was a strange feeling sitting there watching him walk across that stage and realizing who he was.
Huh. So what did you do? You said you reached out to the campaign?
Well, I didn't do anything in 2004, but when he announced his run for 2008, I did reach out to the campaign in late 2007 because I had seen a lot of these college kids talking about how thrilled they were, how there was a candidate who was completely honest about his entire life, his drug use, you know, what he did when he was in school. You know, the constant back and forth. 1 minute is, yes, I did cocaine when I was younger, or no, I never did cocaine, but I smoked weed. So I just simply pointed out that all I was asking was, look, why don't you just simply come out and say, I did coke and I've done it as recently as 1999. You know, just tell the truth. Put it out there and be honest and let it stay as the truth rather than this back and forth. Never did hear anything back from them immediately.
Who did you reach out to? Do you remember?
I reached out to actually David Axelrod's office in Chicago. I'm trying to remember the letters because it was actually 3 letters.
And did you say I had sex with Barack Obama?
This is the interesting part. My first contact with the campaign never mentioned the sex whatsoever. That was actually brought to my attention by someone who eventually reached out to me in late 2007, claiming to be with the campaign, but wasn't with the campaign.
What do you mean that was pointed out to you? So you never told anyone
never-
in the Obama campaign you'd had sex with Barack Obama?
Not in 2007, no.
Interesting. But they knew?
Yep.
How? Who? Well, that's weird.
I'm assuming Barack himself, because the phone calls that I got in late 2007 came from a gentleman that I have repeatedly identified as Donald Young. And it was Donald Young who had mentioned to me that the campaign was not going to acknowledge the sex and the drug interaction. And I was somewhat taken back because, like I said, I had never mentioned the sex to the campaign at all at that point. I had in 2008, but I had not in 2000.
Okay, that is amazing. And I want to get to who Donald Young was in just a minute, but I apologize for being a bad interviewer, but let me just ask the obvious question, which, what was Obama like on crack?
Actually, and I hate to say this because some people are going to think I'm really crazy. I knew a lot of people that smoked it because I was in Miami in the early 80s when it became quite popular. Similar to a friend of mine that I knew in Miami, gets extremely high, calm, almost euphoric. And then as it starts to come down, you know, the twitching and the looking, anything that looks white that's sitting on the seat or the floor, you assume is another piece that fell off that, you know, you can pick up and smoke. But while he was high, pretty much the same.
Pretty controlled.
Pretty controlled, euphoric, talkative, but not really saying anything.
So it was like his presidency.
A lot like it.
Keep it quilted means you keep it the best. 3 layers of plush comfort.
Was it your impression? And
You talking about the Whitakers? We watched the whole Whitakers video one day. Josh, that West Virginia inbred family got a new video up. Oh Lord, the Whitakers. The Whitakers. They went to the fair. Was the one guy going, ha, 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 ha. Poor Whitakers. Soft white underbelly. I was researching into incest because of that. And this website, a very anti-Christian website, said that because I thought West Virginia had the highest rate of incest. According to this website, that stat is not true anymore. They're no longer the highest. And I think the highest is Florida, actually. And at least what this website was saying, now that could just be, maybe West Virginia is higher per capita. Florida just has a much higher population than most of the country. But they said the majority of incest happens in the Bible Belt. They said that it's because religious people want to keep it, they need to be with like-minded people, so they only date within their religion. So if they're in a small town and they're only dating other Christians within their Christian community, then there's often a lot of inbreeding. But I think this website was bogus and they were just trying to dog on Christians. I think. I didn't do that much research. I just read like one thing. One thing. Does this look good? This looks good, I think. Is this a 5K? Yes. I think this is good. Probably maybe could just cut the unisons. But I'll leave this little package in here. Lots of negates. Lots and lots of negates. 5-drop freezers. Lots of 5-drop coolers. Energy exhaust, check lands, cards. Good, since we have a lot of dual color stuff. These are charge fodder. Ways to cheat out the overdrive. Crit. Lots of negates. Sensu beans. Some 1-drops that are strong. We got 1-drops, 2-drops, 3-drop negate. We got extra cards that do stuff. We got counterplays. We don't have super combos. Oh, Lord. I almost left out the super combos. Okay, we're going to have to cut a lot of stuff now. Almost didn't have super combos. Where is the Beerus? Probably just go straight with the Beerus. What's this one do? The leader card is red or blue. When this card is using a combo from your hand, if a red card is in your energy, choose one of your opponent's battle cards, unison cards, it gets minus 5,000 for the turn. Additionally, if a blue card is in your energy, choose one of your opponent's leader cards, unison cards, and it gets minus 5,000 for the battle. So we could mill them 2 times for this super combo. And it can be used on offense or defense, whereas the beers can only be used on defense. So I think we go 2-2 split. Boom, 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 boom. And this is a battle card, so I would get the draw off of it. That looks good. But now we're at 59 cards, so I got to cut more stuff. Cut more stuff. I think I just want to cut the Unison package. We have too much. Yeah, but it has barrier, and it makes them mill an extra card every turn. That's pretty good. We go down a Bean. We go down a Topo. Cut the Final Guardian. 2 After Images. We're at 55 now. This looks good enough to test. Save and view deck. Okay, back to the video.
Of course, you would, strictly speaking, no, but was it your impression that this was the first time you'd ever smoked crack?
No. No. You
Nah, Freddie, I don't know if I want to talk to you in Discord anymore. You know why? Because you're fake. I'm tired of hearing you call into other shows and be a total different person. I don't know who the real you is. You got a different character that you do on every show. So then people are talking to you, and I'm like, he's not being the real Freddie. He's being fake just to get you to agree with him. And I don't like that. I don't like that. Why don't you say that you are putting out a gospel stream? A gospel stream? What the heck? Have you done the Kamala Harris thing today yet, Josh? What is that? What's the Kamala Harris thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Send it to me on Discord. Why don't you say that you are putting out a gospel stream? Why would I say that? I'm not putting out a gospel stream. What? What the? Lewisburg, West Virginia is beautiful country. I think they talking about butt touching and whatnot. Tucker like Obama's gentle lover. Unmutes the stream for 1 second. A bunch of inbreeding. Remute stream. Robloxian YouTuber. I'm about ready to start a game. I got a deck. I got a deck built. Let me look at it. Let me look at it in this view. It looks decent. It looks pretty cool. I think. I'm sure they didn't want to be born in incest. Yeah, they didn't choose to be born in incest. But they're blessed. Those are sons of God too. Promoting. All right. Dude is about to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law if he's making false allegations. Freddie, this is old news. This has been known since 1999. Also going to say it right now, but leader coolers auto with battle cards means in the battle area. Oh, so if I super combo with this Goku, it doesn't work? Why? Why? It says when the power of one of your opponent's battle cards is decreased. When the power of one of your opponent's battle cards is decreased by the skill of one of your battle cards, draw 1 card. You're saying that this super combo. Where'd he go? You're saying that this super combo isn't gonna proc that effect because he's not in the battle area? That's stupid if that's the case. If that's the case, that's stupid. It's a battle card. I'm super comboing. I'm minusing cards. I would still get the first auto. When the power of one of your opponent's battle cards is decreased, your opponent places the top card of their deck in their drop area. I would still get the first auto. I just wouldn't get the draw card. What are you talking about? See you guys. Take Tucker, Lion, bit off the screen. I'm ticked. Well, you should let go of that anger. I'm back. Different channel. LOL, different channel. Oh, are you Billy? Turning guns? Oof, got a shower. It looks standard. It looks standard. My cooler deck? Yeah, I threw it together in 5 minutes. It's not, I don't think it's that complicated. I don't try to make weird, crazy, new stuff like you. Classic, no area, thus battle area. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. But I would still get the first auto. I just wouldn't get the draw card, right? Because this one says when the power of one of your opponent's battle cards is decreased, your opponent places the top card of their deck in their drop area. So it's not specifying anything. But this says battle cards. So what cards do I have that could defensively minus something on the field so that I can draw on both turns? Can you think of anything that could do that? I can't think of anything that can do it defensively. Like cards. Well, yeah, this. If I rival this, I'll get to draw a card. If I play this, I get to draw a card. Defensively. Yamcha. Yamcha would work. So I still got a lot of ways to draw cards defensively. This is a rival. Ignoring barrier? Ooh, this is almost better than the other cooler. With 4 of these, I almost want to cut one of these. Just to drop my count down a little bit. This ignores barrier. If your leader is a red cooler, negate this card's energy. When this card is played, choose one of your opponent's battle cards ignoring barrier. Minus 20,000 power for the turn. Additionally, if your leader card is red cooler Z leader, this card gains double strike for the turn. Yeah. Okay. So this looks good. Now, oh, cool. They brought back the one-click untap thing. Let's put it in untap. Yamcha doesn't work. Not in play when he minuses 15k. This is bullcrap. Incest is best when you can't get the rest. I don't think Socrates said that, Rome. Socrates did not say that. Quit slandering that man. He did. That's post-mortem slanderism. Any cooler, Sin, Frieza, one drop, anything else I won't say. Well, the one drop Frieza, I don't think that works defensively. All right, back to the video. All right, Mario, you want to start a game? I'll be playing kind of slow because I'm listening to this video.
First of all, you don't buy crack, get in a limo, and have a pipe in your pocket if it's the first time you smoke crack.
Yeah.
True. Definitely not the first time.
You just don't.
That makes sense. So, I've read about your story to the extent it's been written about, not very much. But I'd never read that Donald Young, this man Donald Young, called you and told you that he knew you'd had sex with Barack Obama.
That was the contact in late 2007 that I had that originally came under the guise that they were the
remute the stream. We'll just talk through text,
campaign.
but you can start a
Donald
game.
Young?
Donald Young is a
I'm gonna go get
choir
some water
director and a school teacher. He was the choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church in Chicago, the same church that Barack Obama went to. He was also a very openly gay black man, but very well respected.
Did you know him?
I had never met him. I had not even realized that the person who was communicating with me had been killed until a good 2 months after.
So I'm going to get to that. So Donald Young is the choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church.
Yes.
And is it publicly confirmed that he knew Barack Obama?
Oh, yes. Yes. Donald Young's own mother has repeatedly said that she feels that her son died to
Jeez.
protect Barack Obama.
It's just interesting that Donald Young would have called you. He's not working directly for the campaign that we
Cooler
know
versus
of.
cooler.
Exactly.
But somehow he has a copy of your letter. It sounds like maybe Donald Young was on cleanup duty.
Somehow he
Man
has,
bun? No. This is a mega bun. This is not some little hippy dippy. This ain't some little hippy dippy Bob man bun. Okay? This is an alpha bun. All right? This thing weighs 10 pounds. You know how strong my neck is? Pause. You know how strong my shoulders and my back are from lugging this thing around all day? This is lion locks. This is Samson right here. And only Delilah would try to get Samson to cut his hair. If any guy tells me, cut your hair, you cut your hair. It's girly. I'm going to say, well, all right, calm down, Delilah. Trying to get Samson to cut his hair. Let me tell you something. All right, back to the video.
my phone number. Exactly. And that's exactly what it was. Because like I said, the first calls were, I was led to believe that he was with the campaign. The last conversation that I had had with Donald Young, he had actually come clean and said that he had been asked to call me and that his job was to get as much information from me as far as who I had spoken to, who I had given any information to, and to get that to them. He had told me to be careful, to watch myself, and to understand that the Barack Obama campaign was not in any way, shape, or form going to acknowledge anything or come out about anything. And he had made it clear that he had known Barack
This is
for quite
aggro,
some
so I
time
need heavy negates.
and had had an intimate relationship with Barack for quite some time.
He told you that?
Yep. And that's when I knew that I could at least trust what I was being told. Originally, I had made it clear I didn't feel comfortable with the phone call because something just didn't seem right. But after a couple of calls, it started to all fall into place. And I had said the same thing to myself.
Wait, so you didn't know Donald Young existed?
Nope.
It sounds like you're not very political anyway. You weren't.
I wasn't at the time.
And you were just annoyed that Obama was talking about cocaine and lying about it.
I was extremely annoyed.
But the sex part had nothing to do with it.
No.
Then Donald Young, who you don't know, never heard of, calls up and says, by the way, I know you had sex with Barack Obama. I did too.
Yep. Pretty much.
This guy's putting all the
this
deets
is
out.
a longer conversation, which we're going to have in a minute. But I mean, Obama has a wife and kids, and he's telling America what a great family man he is. Is that, maybe you've seen this a lot? What do you think of that?
185
well,
or
in
123?
2008, I made
Let's
it
get this
clear
straight.
that Obama was having marital problems.
I weigh 210 pounds. I'm 6 foot tall, 210. I would fight in the 200 class. I would cut. If I cut my hair and I took 2 weeks off drinking, I could probably get down to 185. I could probably get down to 185 with some serious cutting. Cutting. Are we cooler mirror? We are cooler mirror. We won't have fun. No, he said good luck, but he didn't say have fun. This is a cooler mirror match, so we're not going to have any fun. No fun allowed. Okay. Got it. Charge. Invert. No energy exhaust. I can't attack. Pass. Oh, wait. I can play something. I can play this. And then choose one of your opponents, but I got over 5,000 for the turn. Activate main if you have 2 or more energy. Red, blue, and your energy. Play this card from your hand. I do not have that. Can't do anything. Pass.
In 99, and everybody in the world said that I was crazy, didn't know what I was talking about. And yet, what was it, 6 months ago, Barack Obama comes out and tells the world that exactly.
By the way, me and Mario are playing this card game. He's playing cooler. I'm playing cooler. But he's got a crazy version of cooler, and it's about to be super aggro up in this piece. Hold on. Limit one of your leaders red. When this card is attacked or used in a combo from your hand, you may use one red, blue, multicolored card from your hand in a combo if you do draw one card. I don't want to take these little attacks right now. I can't afford to do that. 15. 15. Z charge. Okay. So he's probably going to kill me very quickly if his deck works properly.
Exactly what I said was the truth. In 1999, he and Michelle came very close to divorce. Really. 15 years later, what I said.
Yeah. So I don't know about men supposed to have long hair. I don't think it matters either way for men. But people will say there's like one verse in the Bible in Corinthians where Paul is talking about men are supposed to have short hair, but he's talking specifically to the church at Corinth. And that was one of their tribal laws, one of their church's laws. So he's just talking to them. In your church, men have short hair, so you need to have short hair. But different tribes had different laws. So the Nazarene men made a vow never to let a razor touch their head. So Samson had long hair. Jesus would have had long hair. The only people who usually had short hair were, like, in this case, the church at Corinth. They would shave their head. And then royalty, rich people, because they were the only ones who could afford that sort of stuff. Most guys would have had long hair back then. So if anybody ever tells you the Bible says men are supposed to have short hair, no, they're wrong.
Says the truth, but 15 years earlier, I'm a liar and a fraud. It's interesting how things eventually come out.
Oh, I
But
forgot
yes,
to draw.
believe me,
Oops.
I've known guys that were completely happily married that will screw around with another man on a weekly basis and think nothing of it.
Is it your sense that that's who Obama is, just transactional, or that he's bisexual, or like what is this?
No, my feeling that Barack Obama is probably, he's definitely bi. I think there is a lot of transactional qualities to him, because I think whatever he does, it is looking for a hook or looking for a benefit.
Yeah. That's consistent with his public persona too, I would say.
I maybe should have
So
taken that damage
Donald
because
Young
I need to
calls
get down to
you
5 so I
actually
can
end up-
awaken.
Sounds like you kind of like and trust
Or
Donald Young.
4.
I did.
Did he say how long he'd had a relationship with?
He had just said that they had
I
been
could
intimate
self-awaken
for
with this
years.
card.
Intimate for years. And what happened to Donald Young?
Donald Young was shot dead in his apartment, second floor in Chicago, Illinois. I think it was December 23rd of 2007. According to the police report and the death certificate, multiple gunshot wounds, close range, no forced entry.
Donald Young got shot.
Second floor apartment.
Add him to the Obama death
yet
toll.
Not a single resident in the building heard a single shot, but yet they can hear
When
every
I lean
shot
forward,
that's
can you
fired
guys
in the
not see
street
me when I
outside.
sit like this?
Jeremiah Wright announces that Donald Young's dead earlier that morning, even before it was announced, even before he was declared dead. I mean,
I hate
a lot
that
of it
card.
just didn't make sense.
This is all public, and you can
Yep.
look this up.
I hate that freaking Piccolo card. No response to Trunks, no response to Piccolo. I would have side decked in a whole bunch of counterplays for this stupid card right here. God, I hate this card. Hold on. Alert response. Let me see if I can kill it. Then choose one of your opponent's battle cards. It gets minus 10,000 power for the duration of the turn. Yeah, we're going to do that. We'll shake Piccolo. Eh? Well, wait. No. Yeah, but I would rather not take the double strike. Huh. Oh. Well, let me think. Let me think, because I could kill. If I kill the trunks. If I kill trunks, you can't. Um. You can't alliance. Oh yeah, you get to draw two for the battle. Draw two cards. Yeah, kill trunks. I was thinking I didn't want to deal with big double strike, but stopping the draw two helps. $16 double strike since after image can give 40k to lead. Oh yeah, duh. Oh yeah, duh. And did you mill? Moved one card from play to the drop area. Do you mill one? What's up, Daddy Jub? Elbow sharp as ish. Daddy Jub, this weekend's gonna be lit. Adesanya versus Strickland. Who do you got? I like both of them. I like both of them. I don't care who wins. They're both cool. No response. We're gonna take this damage. I do believe, because I'm gonna need to awaken eventually. Nice draw there. Nice draw off the life. I'm talking to you, turning. How about if I smash your head straight through the concrete? What? You're still plenty visible if you lean forward. You see Josh's target from behind him? That's a BB gun. Lady Seasow, howdy, partner. He's whooped a drunk Marine before. 3 of them. Dang, turning guns supposed to be Christian. Why you cussing? Hair is the glory of the woman. That is true. That is true. That doesn't mean that men can't have long hair. And honestly, if you're a guy and you're worried about another guy's hair, that's kind of gay. Back to having stream muted again. 10k. I took the damage. Oh, it's my turn. Duh. I don't think I'm gonna get to where I can even use this guy. Actually, I don't think this. I think this unison is a waste of space. I'm done fighting. If you don't fight, stay in the kitchen. uh, sounds dumb. Here come the pregnant barefoot nannies speaking in line with their husbands are gone. Daddy Jub, who you got? Adesanya or Strickland? Got Adesanya, want Strickland. The Sugar Sean Colby Strickland champ would be trio would be crazy. Yeah, I think I'm the same way. No, I think I got Adesanya, and I think I kind of would like him to win anyway. I could almost self awaken this turn 7-6-5. I'm just worried he's gonna go super hyper aggro on me. Leaders of Coroller, negate this card. When this card is played, choose one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier. It gets minus 20,000 for the turn. Additionally, if your leader is a red Cooler Z leader, this card gains double strike for the turn. But I don't have combo stuff to get him out. So let's do this. Let's tap one. Let's play this. Okay, red multi play this card from your hand. When this card is played, up to one card from your life to your hand, then choose one of your opponent's battle cards. It gets minus 5,000 for the turn. Okay, let's take the life. I need to buff my hand size up a little bit. This card is played or attacks. Your opponent's plays atop. I can't arrival because I don't have the right combo colors. I can. Okay, the Piccolo's -5 is gone. Let's go. I want to get rid of this Piccolo. So, let me see. Yeah. Okay, so it's a 11K right now. 11K. We attack it with a 15K. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go. Let's go bomb. Bomb. We're going to activate battle. Minus 15 to it. And we're going to say 15K. It is a 1K. So you would need to combo quite a bit to save that Piccolo. Facts, fool got boat and plane money. Can't bless the broadcaster. Turning gun was oh god. Got out of science. Freddy, get out of here. If you're gonna come in here roasting new people, only I'm allowed to do that. Got out of Sonya, want Strickland. You in here threatening violence, that's the devil's work. Oh Lord. Okay, maybe everybody in the chats. It's provocative. The people like it. No auto? What's the auto? Auto limit one if you lead a red cooler card. When this card attacks you using combo from your hand, you may use one red in a combo. If you do, draw one card. Well, no. No, because then that gives you more incentive to run more dual colored cards, actually. He's super comboing. What is this freaking guy doing? Stop it. Response? No. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me. I'm in the world, but not of it. I praise God every day, and I love it. Mill 3? Dang. I say what I want, and I say what they won't. Draw to drop area 3. Fight for the truth and what's right, and they don't. Life's so simple, it's no puzzle. Common sense will tell you not to wear a muzzle. Fear no evil, trust no people. When you play this card, your opponent places the top card of their deck in their drop area, then choose 2 of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier. They get minus 10,000 power for the duration of the turn, and the one drop is dead. This is minus 10. And his freaking Piccolo survives. I hate it. I hate it. I shouldn't have minused him. I should have just played out. Yeah, I screwed up. Yeah, I screwed up. When this card is played, add up to. Let's do this. We'll go boom. We're gonna kill the Piccolo anyway. Hopefully he can't kill me next turn. He has a response. Is that a lightning tee? Better not be repping other ice hockey teams. What are you talking about? Our mom got me this shirt. What are you talking about, bruh? Or you got me this shirt. Limit 1? Oh. Okay. In that case, 10. In that case, I'm probably screwed next turn. He's gonna freaking kill me. Is this a gaming stream? It's part gaming stream, part video reaction stream. A little bit of both. Kind of a little Effer Carlson too. And I thrift hella athletic gear. Don't fret on me. Freddie, you're the fakest mug around. Is that like a takes one to know one situation? Pass. Pass, so you might kill me this turn.
And it's still on the internet. Tell us about Donnie Young's mother.
Norma Jean
There's
Young
the trunks. Here
actually
it comes.
is a former Chicago Police Department employee.
No response.
Really. She has worked for the Chicago PD. I had spoken with his sister Lorraine shortly after I realized that he was the gentleman that I had been speaking with.
I hate that card.
There were people at the time that were attempting to have Lorraine and other members of Donald's family file criminal complaints against me with Chicago because they wanted me arrested. They were trying to get the family to say that I was trying to con them or something. To my knowledge, they never did any such thing. But at the same time, I continue to respect Lorraine and the rest of the family. But Mrs. Young had finally come out and told.
I want to hear an in-depth take on this Freddy situation. Which Freddy situation? That every show he calls into, he's fake because he does a different character on every show? Yeah. Are you comboing? Burn one. Okay, he's comboing. 26 double strike. I don't want to take that, but I think I have to. If I take it, I go down to 3, then I can awaken. I drew into a negate. Oh, I don't want to take that. I think I have to. You get the attack and play this card during your opponent's turn. Reduce the energy cost of this card in your hand by 2. Choose 1 red or blue. Blah, blah, blah. I think we gotta take it. 26 double. I would need 3 cards to combo. Or a 10 and a 5. This would get it done. Nah, because that would only get me to 25, and I need to get to 30. So we're taking a double strike. That sucks. Fraudulent Frederick.
David Nelson, who was a reporter that I knew out of Minnesota, that she was convinced
No, you're
that
very
Donald had
inconsistent.
been killed,
You're a
and
liar.
his death was to protect his
Double
friend
strike.
Obama. And she confirmed that
my
they
leader?
had, in fact, been extremely close for years.
First responders do the incredible. They help save lives.
I mean,
He's gonna try to arrival something out. He's got 3 energy up. I'm gonna negate that. Leader card is red. Negate the attack. You may choose 1 red card from your hand to place in your drop area. If you do, choose up to 2 of your opponent's battle cards to get minus 15,000 power for the duration of the turn. Yeah, I guess we pitch this. We can kill the trunks. And we can, this is already negated. I guess we minus the Piccolo. Okay, now he's got 3 energy. I shut down the arrival, but he could still arrival. Game? Sad face. Game, sad face. Why? Huh? I don't have mentors, Freddie. There's the surmounting. No response.
I mean, did she confirm that they'd had sex?
You made me mill a Piccolo
Obama
Jr.?
and
Let's go.
Donald Young?
Her confirmation wasn't referencing, or she did not specifically say that they were sexually involved. She just simply said that they had been intimate friends for years.
But she believed the Obama campaign was responsible.
She believed that his death was due to protecting Barack Obama.
Bro, when you called Nick the other day, you said, y'all's fake Jesus, da-da-da-da-da. And then you start talking about Jesus. It's like, why do you... You're like, well, Jesus, blah, 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 this, and this. I don't remember exactly what you said. But then you start talking about Jesus and Abraham when you just said you don't believe that Jesus and Abraham are really even people. No response. It's dumb. Low IQ mess.
And I made the same argument that people said, well, how are you accusing Barack? I said, I'm not accusing Barack of anything. But I said, I'm willing to bet my life that Barack Obama and Jeremiah Wright both know or have knowledge of who killed Donald Young. There is no doubt.
And what about the cooks that they keep having die? They've had 2 cooks just die, just wound up dead, naked. Did they use a R word, a grape kit on that guy? He's swinging at my leader. Targeted cooler with his 15K. I have no response to that. He's comboing. What is he doing? He's going to rival. This is the turn he kills me because he's got an aggro deck. And I don't have... Life is at 4 or less. You may draw 1 card, choose 1 of your energy, switch to active mode, and flip this card over. 25K. Awaken. I should have actually held that. Well, I don't know. Alt face. 25K single strike. 25 to my 15. 25, 30. 5, 10, 15 for a single, or do I go down to 2? If I go down to 2, I'm in. If I go down to 2, I'm in double strike range. He's probably got some double strikes in there. If I combo out, then I'm out 3 cards out of my hand. Switching energy, by the way. See, I can't arrival anything. I'm 1 energy short. Daddy Job is sending me stuff in text. As if I can pull up text on the screen. Oh, this hurts. Okay. We combo out of the single strike. He plays a double strike. I don't know what the right move here is. I think I lost. I already screwed up. I mill one of his piccolos. What is Freddie blabbering about? Yeah, you did. You're not very bright. Okay, Freddie, go away. You've come to the chat, and now it's just you running your mouth. Running your Obama sucker.
In my mind about that.
Well, this was a guy who was clearly going to be the next leader of the world. You know, people kill each other over insurance claims, over bar fights. You know, there's a lot at stake here. I have no knowledge of this. I'm not alleging a murder by the Obama campaign or its allies, but it's not. It's not a crazy thing to wonder, obviously.
No, and the only thing after I realized what had happened with Donald Young, the only thing I had ever asked was the same thing that I had done. And I said, you know, if you want to accuse me of being crazy, you know, release your phone records. You know, turn over your phone records from your phone in '99. Turn over your phone records for the last year. I mean, it's that easy. If you've got nothing to hide, it's not like they're going to be made public. Turn them over to authorities. Let them investigate. Let them look. But no.
So now seems like a fair time to ask about your motive. So your initial motive was you were annoyed because you believed or you knew that Obama was lying about his drug use.
Right.
But then after the Donald Young exchange, where he brings up the sex that you had with Obama, what was the point at which you decided, I'm just going to bring this to the country? I'm going to go public.
Well, in January of 2008, after having contacted the campaign yet again, I had decided, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to make a YouTube video and put it up, which I did.
15.
It wasn't because I was looking for anything
He
out
wants
of
to
it.
get me down to 2
In
so he can
fact,
double
if I
strike me to
had
death.
even stopped long enough to anticipate the blowback and the consequences of speaking out, me being me, it probably would not have stopped me. It might have slowed me a little bit, but it would not have stopped me. But I figured if you're going to call him out, you can't call him out on part of it. And people said, well, why didn't you just talk about the drug use and leave the sex out? And I said, because if I said he just used drugs and then you found out later it was drugs and sex, you would accuse me of lying because I didn't mention the sex. So my opinion was, if you're going to tell the story, then you tell the whole story and let the chips fall where they may. So that's exactly what I did.
And so you made a YouTube video. By the way, I looked for it last night. I couldn't find it.
That's because YouTube gave access to my account to someone shortly after the polygraph test. And I was never given access back to it before the video was actually deleted.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. YouTube gave access to the account and the video was deleted. Microsoft gave access to my Hotmail account, and all of my emails were circulating the internet, and vacation replies were set up on my email telling people that I was busy giving blowjobs and would get back with them
Whoa!
when I was done. And oh yeah,
Man, they wanted Obama to be president.
yep. And they wanted me to be the biggest fraud and nutcase that ever existed.
So I got to ask you, I mean, you know, I wasn't there. I can only assess what you're saying. I don't see any obvious motive for you for gain, financial gain.
Where
You're
does
not getting
energy
rich
go?
doing this? And in fact, you haven't. You've gotten impoverished as a result of it. But like, if I'm a reporter, well, I was a reporter at the time. I remember thinking, well, that's an interesting story.
Mama, why are you in there?
It seemed like nobody in the media wanted to follow up with you, and some people, like Ben Smith at Politico,
Circulating
who's a
and
liar,
percolating.
shill posing as a journalist.
It's time for the
I
percolator.
reread the piece last night
It's
that
time
he
for
wrote.
the
Said, oh,
percolator.
it's ridiculous. Right off the first graph, it's ridiculous, these claims.
Well, I think I have an answer for why a lot of reporters did not want to follow up. And I think it would have something to do with what David Axelrod told a old Chicago Sun-Times reporter, or no, a Chicago Tribune reporter, John Crudson.
Axelrod had been a reporter in Chicago before he
Okay.
went into politics.
Well, John Crudson worked for the Chicago Tribune. And John Crudson actually came to Duluth, Minnesota and sat down with me and talked with me. And John Crudson had told me point blank that before he had flown out that he had spoken to Axelrod and that Axelrod had told him that they were aware of who I was and that it was their intentions to destroy me, and that if any reporter had mentioned me to them, they would be completely cut off, and that outlet would be completely cut off from access to the Obama campaign for the duration of the year. So I think that had a lot to do with why reporters didn't bring things up to the campaign, because everybody wanted access to, you know, the new savior. Nobody wanted to be blackballed and denied access to a historic campaign.
yeah, but I mean, if it's the guy's running for president and credible information comes out that he's smoking crack and having sex with dudes, I mean, that seems like a story.
He has one
Well, it would
energy
be a
up.
story if the media really cared about telling people the truth about
I'm just going to take
anything.
it.
Yeah, they're liars. And that Ben Smith is a liar.
Oh, Ben Smith's more than a liar, but you're right.
What do you mean more than a liar?
He's a complete fraud.
Ridiculous.
Ben Smith,
Ridiculous.
you know, I hear people talking about grifters. Ben Smith to me is a grifter. Ben Smith wrote an article saying that I had a 27-year criminal history,
I
career
survived.
criminal.
I survived.
And the funny thing is if you look my criminal history up, which I've published myself and provided from day one, my criminal history goes from 1980 to 1986. And everything I've ever done, I've owned it. I've never wasted taxpayer money. And any sentence I've ever been given, I've served. But he also said that I was a fugitive, that I was avoiding prosecution, I was trying to prevent from going to jail. None of that was true. But the media ran with it. Even Greta linked to it and said,
Greta
that
Thunberg?
people ask me why I would not interview Larry Sinclair. This is why. And she linked to Ben Smith's article. And notice his article was published right when I was preparing to do the press conference at the National Press Club. But hey, the National Press Club, so-called beacon for freedom of the press, they were just as involved in trying to keep the story from ever being.
It's interesting. I watched the other night, I watched your entire National Press Club appearance, and in it, you detail your intersections with law enforcement exhaustively.
Yeah.
Every time you've been arrested, you explain it. Every time you've done time, you explain it. So you didn't.
When this card is
From what I
played,
could
choose one of
tell,
your opponent's
hide
battle
your
cards,
past.
ignoring barrier.
No,
It gets
why?
minus 20,000
You
power per
can't-
turn. Additionally,
I
if
mean,
your leader is red.
I've never hidden my past in regular everyday life. Why would I hide it in something like this?
So, I mean, you're the only person on this set who's had sex with Barack Obama. So I think you're-
Whoa!
I-
All right, Tucker, calm down. Two men cannot have sex. It's called sodomy. All right, let's get it straight. I'm thinking, Mario. I'm thinking. I think I need to kill him this turn. He doesn't have any blockers. He's got one energy, which means no floodgate negates that I can think of. He could have a pan. If he has his pan secret rare in his hand and I try to do this, then I'm screwed. Yeah, I think it's smarter just to but even if I play the topo next turn, he's got enough cards in his hand to swing through it, and I'm not going to survive. Huh. If I go one, if I pay one to get this Z leader out, that clears his whole field. Hmm. Hmm. So we have a board wipe. We could board wipe him. But he's got a big hand. Next turn he has 4 energy. I only have 2 life, and I wouldn't be able to use my topo. If I topo next turn, he gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 swings. If I Z awaken, swing, combo this, arrival this, I will have a double strike dual attack. Choose one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier. It gets minus 20,000 power for the turn. Additionally, if your leader is a red cooler, this card gains double strike for the turn. I don't think, actually, if your opponent has 20 or fewer cards in the deck, I can't do that. Okay, I could Z Awaken. I could swing. I could combo this, arrival this. Then I have a double strike dual attack to try to kill him. Or I could board wipe him. Or I leave energy up for Topo, but he swings through the Topo. I think I can sense the brain overload from here. I think I lost no matter what I do. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much guaranteed to lose here. One, two, three. I feel like the board wipe is the best value thing that I could do. What's chat saying? I know y'all don't know how to play this game. Not the nice part, but the ocean does have an effect on the weather. Sure does. This guy's wearing a red t-shirt like the Whore of Babylon. They had t-shirts back then. I think board wipe is the most value I can get. I feel like he's got a pan. As soon as I swing, he plays the pan. Pan kills me next turn. Topo doesn't do much to help me because he's got enough cards to swing through it. I need a double Topo. So I need to swing, get a draw. Let's tap one. Just to Z Awaken, just for the heck of it. I wish the Z leader was like a 20K. That would be cooler. Just so I can at least say I got to my final form. I got my golden cooler out. Oh. Oh, crap. Crap. Yeah, I need the draw. He doesn't draw and swing. That's dumb. What kind of crap is that? I mean, I guess I can swing at leader. He has a response. Pan? Pan. I knew the pan was there. Counterattack. If you have 3 or more energy, play this card. Your opponent can't attack with battle cards for the turn. You can't activate counter skills on copies of this card for the game. Free battle card. Oh, I could have board wiped first to keep the pan from coming out. I could have board wiped to stop that. It's fine though. Curious now for what card that could have been. Sell. I'm still gonna do it. Two plus that. I'm not. I really need to draw into a topo. Another topo. The only way I win. Combo pan doesn't negate. No, 50. No. 15. I can't keep swinging. Can't attack with battle cards for the turn. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead. Tappy tap taparoo. All right. Let's finish this video up and play the next video.
I don't know, expert on Obama, but you know more than most people. What's your assessment of him now?
I think he's the same grifter that he's always been. I think he's still very power hungry. I think Obama is calling the shots in the current Biden administration
Clearly.
more than people are willing to admit. I think Obama is hell-bent. I had made a statement during that press conference that I felt that Barack Obama being elected was going to push race relations in this country backwards 50 years. I am absolutely positive I was
Yes, I think you've been vindicated on that.
because
So I could have Cell Z, played the Cell Z battle card. I would have board wiped him. He wouldn't have been able to pan, swing with leader, draw a card. That would have cost me 3 energy. I would have had 1 energy standing. I would have passed turn. I would have got to swing with a 225k criticals, which would have got him down to 2 potentially, or he would have comboed out, spending some cards. No response. But so see now I topo, and he just swings through the topos. Unless he has a counterplay that shuts down the topo. No response to the topo. We pitch this Mecha Frieza. Okay, he uses Alliance. I do not have to burn, but he gets to draw 2 cards, and now he just swings through the topo. The only way I could win is if, no, because I only have 1 energy left, because I Z-awakened. I probably should have not Z-awakened. Would have left me with 2 energy standing. And then I hopefully maybe could have taken a single strike and drawn a topo off life. That's the only way I could have. Topo died? Topo dead? Why Topo dead? You minus. Oh, it's minus 20k. I thought it was minus 15k. Huh. So that card's pretty good in this deck. Oh, snap!
race relations in this country has not only gotten pushed back, but everything's about race now. Everything is about victimization now.
It's interesting though. Yeah, he's obviously a race hater, very anti-white, but he had sex with a white man. So you have to ask, like, is that real?
Oh, for him, of course. I would be willing to bet you I'm not the only white person he's ever had sex with, or male. Anyway.
Yeah, see.
Yeah.
No response.
But hey, he's got what he wanted. You know, he is.
If I draw a topo here.
In DC, he's living the life. He's still looked upon as being the savior of the country. You know, and sadly, people are still giving him that power. And I think it's going eventually to be to the detriment of.
Can I just ask you one last question? How did you? I'm just thinking about it. It's very insightful because I knew a lot of people who weren't liberal who voted for Obama purely on the race question. And they weren't all self-hating, guilty whites. They were like nice, normal people who wanted to see race relations improve. And that really was the core promise of his campaign. And a lot of people bought it. A lot of smart people bought it. And I saw why they bought it. But you didn't buy it. How did you know that?
I grew up in South Carolina in the 1960s and 70s, okay? I've been gay and knew I was gay since 6 years old. Never hid it, okay?
Yeah.
I grew up in rural South Carolina. And my first job as a kid was cropping tobacco.
All right, it's Gigi.
For a family by the name of Rose.
Well,
that were a black family living across the road from my grandparents.
Gigi. Swing with the pan.
So I grew up as a kid,
Pitch two.
a gay kid, in an era and an area that would get you killed being gay just as quick as you could be hanging being black. So I actually knew the other side of the track before I knew that I was supposed to act like I was above this or above that. I've watched it my whole life.
paying 3 for?
I know when someone plays, when it comes to acting like they're one way and then in reality they're the biggest racists or bigots alive.
Triple strike.
On both sides. Okay. I knew because he was saying one thing in the campaign, and then if people started to actually listen to what he was saying, remember there was a time when he actually told supporters to show up at a fight with a knife, get in people's face, Argue with them if they didn't agree to support him, if they didn't agree to vote for him. Argue with them. Convince them. Come on. You don't make statements like that and tell me that you're not going to make things about race.
It's GG.
He did.
Man, that is the one part of your story that we can say unequivocally you're telling the truth about. You saw that, and most people didn't. Larry Sinclair, I'm really grateful that you came. I wish I had interviewed you in 2008. I don't think anyone would have run the interview. But anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very much.
Thank you.
Great to meet you.
You too.
Ah, we're dead. Scooping the deck. Let's see. He's got super combos in his hand.
The people who really rule.
All right. So nothing surprising about that video. We got one more video we're going to watch.
Lee Duke's graduation from the Naval Academy.
Let's watch. You want to listen to this new Samson song?
I made a little money off of rap, but not enough to make me rich, yet I'm still backpacking. I made a little money off of rap, but not enough to make me rich, I'm in the same tax bracket. I made a little money off of rap, but not enough to make me rich, I mean it too. I just say that to say that I'm still down here in the real world, feeling everything with you, and I'm fucking pissed. I got a big bone to pick with all these motherfucking activists, all these rappers and actors and notable figures that act like they know how bad this shit is. I love being lectured and ridiculed about the fact that I don't have an electric vehicle, tweeting about climate change from your private plane while I pay an arm and leg to get some fuel. Thank God my car doesn't take premium, I'd have to get a second job just to break even. Then they cranked it up $3 and brought it down $2, and I'm supposed to be happy and act like I'm proud of you. And to add to injury, I got Kamala telling me I need to go electric and I have to act quick, and all it's gonna cost me is $50,000. Well, guess what? I don't have
like
that,
that,
bitch. And even if I did, I would buy a big truck just to rub it in your face, because I don't give a fuck. I would put a big smokestack on the top of it and blow black smoke every time I open throttle it. And it's not because I hate the climate, it's because I don't trust you or the things you wish me to do. I would cut the floor out of the bottom of my car and start running like the Flintstones before I listen to you. I hate when people tell me they would rather not talk about it because they don't like to get political. I cannot afford supply shortages and high mortgages. It's not politics, all this shit is literal. That's money draining out of your bank account to make it work, to the point that it breaks you down and makes you hurt, paying insane amounts, taking out of your savings. They promised that they were gonna save you. How? They made it worse. We should be a flourishing nation, not a country with soaring inflation. There's nothing more infuriating than the fact that nobody takes blame for this poor demonstration. Like, what? It just happened like that? Nothing to do with your administration. You blamed it on Putin and called it his price hike, but shit was going up way before the invasion. Now how does that work? Really, I'm baffled, sick of being treated like a stupid blind asshole. Next thing I know, I'm gonna turn on CNN and they'll be trying to tell everybody that Putin time traveled. Wouldn't put it past them, crooked little rats, so easily and spineless, always looking for a snack, searching for the next reputation to tear apart and trash when the views that you have and theirs aren't exact. They feed you bullshit and expect you to eat it, then they read you bullshit and expect you to believe it, like everything that you witnessed isn't for certain or real, and you're just supposed to forget all your personal experiences. Like all the money that you spent, you still have the shit, you didn't really spend any of it, you just imagined it. All the cash that you wasted on behalf of this inflation didn't happen, it's just a figment of your imagination and it's all gone.
Nice. Thank you, Samson. Great song. Freddie, go away. Quit being a bitch. Play one more.
Elites. Now that we've made travel so expensive, we have this hotel to ourselves. How'd you get here?
Kayak. They compared hundreds of travel sites to find a great deal on my flight, car, and hotel.
Double one.
Kayak. Search one and done.
Let's get to the video we're gonna play. Oh, this guy thinks that he's the Archangel Uriel. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd the Archangel Uriel go? Where'd he go? This guy's so funny. Hold on. Let me pull him up. Is he live right now? I spelled it wrong. Or he spelled it wrong. Where is he? There he is. He's live. Let's go. This guy says he's the Archangel Uriel. Like literally, he thinks he's the Archangel.
So in your mind, if you're imagining a magic wand energy, that's just the Masonic concept of getting somebody to pay attention to something. Whether you're coming up,
Freddie, go hang out with this guy. Go hang out with your people.
With something that could get you paid attention to, or you come up with something to get others to pay attention to something you're entertaining. Then that's the witchcraft. So whatever you do with your body, the ritual and spell to get that done is how you practice the ritual and spell. And if you point or cut on that commercial or play that song that you wanted somebody to listen to in your mind, right? If that person is there and they do it, your witchcraft was successful. Your ritual and spell that you practice from your witchcraft was successful. You have successfully made someone else pay attention what you wanted them to pay attention to when you pointed at that Nike shoe when y'all both was in Foot Locker. So on your mind, you created a witchcraft.
This guy is so funny. He's so whacked out of his mind. But he says he's the Archangel Uriel. He's not a human being. I am not a human being. Oh, man. That's so funny. And people be donating him lots of money. This channel only has 9,000 subscribers, but he's got another channel. He's got another channel with like in the hundreds of thousands of subscribers. What's funny is he's got 9.72 thousand subscribers, but his total channel views are only 758,000. So 200,000 less than I have. Total channel views. But he's got 3 times the subs, which is weird. But I think it's because he has another channel that's bigger and people just came from that channel and they haven't watched a lot of his videos on this channel or something. It's just interesting when you look at the analytics. What was I? Okay. Let's watch this Jubilee video. Black conservatives versus white liberals. These videos are always frequently reacted to. We got Destiny versus Chandler Crump in this piece.
Let's do this.
Look at this. They're remaking freaking Fight Club, and it's a woman's fight club. It's little high school girls fight club. This is some bull crap. Hold on. I'll be right back. 9 is how you say no in German. Hold on. How you been there, everybody? Left, right, in the middle. Blame my parents because I've been this way since I was little. All right. I think this looks better. We took out the against all. Yeah, I don't want to pitch a card for that. I feel like rival cards are better. Yeah, this looks good. This guy, he's off triple strike. Oh, I didn't know I get energy back for this guy. Okay, this looks better. Okay, that pan card is good too. Her name is Roberta. Her name is not Roberta Paulson. I know, this is some bull crap. His name is Robert Paulson.
Critics and audiences agree. Bottoms is a hit. It's the best reviewed comedy of the year. It's pretty insane.
No, it's unoriginal. It's high school girls fight club.
Hey, there go my girl.
Bottoms, rated R, now playing everywhere.
And it's called Bottoms. Bottoms. You know what a bottom is? Gross. Obama was a bottom.
In a world where
No, Obama might have been the top, and that other guy was the bottom.
dry eye symptoms keep coming back, inflammation in the eye might be to blame.
Wait, why is Kim Jong in a freaking Kim Jong in an eye drop commercial? The heck?
Tulsa riots and
All right, this is white liberals versus black conservatives. We got Destiny on the panel. I'll see if I recognize any of these other people, but I'm pretty sure it's Chandler Crump. And when he got started in politics, he was a young kid. He's in one of Bryson Gray's songs. Young kid. Cool little kid. I like him.
This is the 112th episode of Middle Ground, and we want you to help us decide what the next 112 episodes will be. Join our Middle Ground Patreon community and make Middle Ground with us.
Destiny's hair. Destiny's hair is not blue anymore. So I'm pretty sure this kid in the white hoodie is Chandler Crump. I'm not 100% sure yet, though, because I was listening to Destiny reacting to this or commentating on his own on this earlier today. And the voice of this guy sounds like Chandler Crump, and he looks like him in the thumbnail. Obama's versatile. So does that mean they do both?
Prompt.
They catch and
White
pitch?
Americans have way more advantages than black Americans.
I think I'm a rarity here.
Yep, that's him.
It would seem so.
I can tell by
White
the
Americans
voice.
have more advantages
When I hear Chandler Crump's voice, I know the voice.
just because they're white, or
He's
because
older
white
now.
Americans have it.
I guess that's what happens when time goes by. I'm a vax rebel, his shirt says. I guess when time goes by, people do get older. But he's almost old enough to vote.
Advantages because of historic
And he knows
factors.
more about politics
I
than
think that
Freddie
people wanna
ever
argue At
will.
the end of the day, over whether it's because you're white or not, I think that the answer is because you're white.
4
in the
verse 1.
past, and that's how it kind of carries over to today. You know, even in times of the United States history where black people tried to build wealth, you know, with the Tulsa riots and everything, where that this wealth has been destroyed. And something that's upsetting to me is when conservatives talk about how we can't.
I will say this about Destiny. You'll hear later in the show this guy right here, this dweeb with the One Piece shirt on. One Piece is gay. And a Biden hat. Who wears a Biden hat proudly? Like, you know you're just wearing that for this show. You know you don't wear that in the streets, homie. But I appreciate how Destiny just said the Tulsa riots. Because later in the show, this guy is going to call it the Tulsa Massacre, which is the new rebranding and the rewriting of history that the liberals like to do. It was never called the Tulsa Massacre because it was not a massacre. It was race riots. It was two sides fighting. The black people were fighting the white people. They were fighting together. And if you think that single engine crop duster planes, that farmers had bombs in their barn and they loaded bombs onto their single engine crop duster plane and they were dropping bombs on Tulsa, you're probably an idiot. If anybody was dropping bombs, it was the government. Okay? I don't think anybody was dropping bombs, but if they were, then it was government planes doing government mischief. It was not white farmers loading freaking bombs into their crop duster. Crop duster can't even hold bombs like that. It doesn't work. That's all been debunked, but they call it the Tulsa Massacre now to rewrite history and make people think, oh, it was just white people massacring black people. No, it wasn't. People were fighting in the streets. Both sides were fighting. Equal blame to be placed on both sides. And it was riots. It wasn't a massacre. So I appreciate Destiny not calling it the Tulsa Massacre. He doesn't call it the Tulsa Massacre in his streams either, because he knows what's up. He knows they're trying to rewrite history.
Can't blame the past for what's happening in the present. That is true to some extent, but then the next breath they'll talk about how important it is to have dual parent households, how important it is to have a strong family, to have responsibility passed on from parent to child. And we've seen in the past that because of racial issues, that process has been severely disrupted.
The funny thing is that agreeing with all these things is when I did my research when I was younger, which arrived me to my standpoint of being a conservative, because I believed it was racist, Democrat, liberal ideologies and policies dating all the way back to the 1800s, all the way up to the 1960s, and then the purported big switch. But I think it was more so when Democrats decided to be a bit more cloak and dagger about their true.
Right. There is no big switch. Lyndon Johnson, was it Lyndon Johnson who said, "Give me the welfare and I'll keep these Negroes in chains for the next 600 years"? There was no party switch. The Democrats are still the real quote unquote racist party. They just do it more secretively. They do it more under the covers. Which is also, I think they mentioned it sometime throughout this thing. I don't really understand why conservatives fly the Confederate flag, because they were Democrats. The Confederates were Democrats. And yeah, there was no party switch. They didn't change their ideologies at all. What happened was people from New York, after slavery was ended and the Civil War and all that stuff, people from New York were moving down to buy up that land and take that land. And so now Florida's red. Florida only, in the South, Florida only flipped red in like the late 80s. Florida was blue for a long time. And it's still it's purple. It's still very close on the edge. It could topple to blue at any moment. Does y'all see Obama's daughter, how gross she got? Everyone wonder if she's pregnant smoking. Yeah, I've seen that. She looked like a man. That's what happens when you go to a liberal college.
Opinions of black people and be more secretive and more, we want to help you by.
I would believe it if they were saying it was the government. It's a bit of a stretch to imagine some farmers had bombs and was just sitting back waiting for his big moment. Yeah, he's got a crop duster and he's just got a bunch of bombs in his barn. Oh, let's go. They're right. And let's drop bombs on our own town. The logistics don't work out.
Doing these things and seeing them as
doing
inferior.
What things?
Affirmative action, welfare, all sorts of things that eventually ruin our culture and place us where we are now.
That makes sense, stubborn one. I've also heard you say you fly it just because you know you're not supposed to fly it because people hate it and they see it. They see it as a racist symbol, and that makes sense. But I have always wondered that, like, Hake has the Confederate flag on his computer, and I've wanted to call him, ask him, like, but the Confederates were Democrats. Why do we rock the Confederate flag? I don't care about the whole racist and slavery and that stuff. That's a bunch of BS. But I'm pretty sure they were Democrats.
Now,
so
but I want to get back to the history of it because we're talking.
Well, I just want to make sure we're clear. Giving them money hurt them, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, giving them, because if your father's out of the home, that's when we
give them
money.
Chandler Crump. Let's go, Chandler Crump. Voting for Trump. Can't Obama girl afford to eat lean, healthy food and stay fit? Can't she afford a treadmill and a pool to exercise? She ain't exercising. Her daddy's a gay crackhead and her mom's a man. What the? She ain't exercising.
If you're living in this housing,
so then give them the money while the dad's
rent-free.
Well, then give them the money while the dad's in the home.
If you're working this amount of hours and getting less than this amount of dollars, you're getting money from the government.
Yes,
it is incentivizing.
You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
I don't even know what that means in this scenario because yes, okay, you want to talk about throwing babies out with the bathwater? Margaret Sanger wanted to exterminate the black race because she thought they were weeds. So yeah, we can literally talk about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's what Margaret Sanger, that's what Democrat policies wanted to do to my people. So that's why I feel so strongly about it, because it is these policies that date back centuries that were built.
And now this gay white guy is going to liberal mansplain to a black man why, as a black man, he's not allowed to be a conservative.
Off of the death and poverty of my people.
Let's take a breath.
Sure. I'm breathing.
Okay.
So a lot of babies aren't, but I am, sadly.
I don't know what that means. When I say throw the baby out with the bathwater, we want to completely get rid of welfare, okay? Or at least I don't want to put that on you haven't said that, but the conservative apparatus does, clearly. So giving money to a group of people does not hurt them.
I mean, sure, if you're talking about a lottery, you just take money. But
yes.
there are strings attached to that money.
Take all the money.
There are strings attached to that money.
Give them millions. Make them all millionaires. I don't care. giving money to black people does not hurt them.
And that has not happened, though.
Freddie, if we're not talking the history of Egypt, you don't know what you're talking about.
It hasn't been a reparations, it hasn't been this or that. It has been a welfare program, Great Societies Act, that was built off of the idea of, hey, we get these families split up, we get these people living here.
So then let them keep the family together and keep all the money.
I mean, I guess so, but I guarantee you there's no way that
Why would you not advocate for that?
So in your, I guess, research of like history of this country and everything,
Jacob, white liberal.
Do you find like the Reconstruction era and like the failures of like what it...
The name of the episode is White Liberals versus Black Conservatives. I don't think they need to put the title card saying white liberal. I think we can see. We have eyes. We can see it. Who's the white liberal and who's the black conservatives. And then these black conservatives didn't even answer this question. So Chandler's the only one who stepped up. The question was, white Americans have way more advantages than black Americans. Agree or disagree? And he disagrees, and they all agree. And then these people didn't want to say nothing.
Wanted to be, and then what it ended up being, and then which led into, had downstream effects to enter into the Jim Crow era. And, you have policies like redlining that influence, how schools are funded. The downstream effects of slavery, do you think, put black people as generally in a worse off position than white Americans?
I think generation by generation, the effects of slavery have been diluted, but generation by generation, the effects of racism, welfare-based policies, and things of that nature became even more great.
You got a long name now.
80s or so, when we had our first black
I'm not going to be tagging you anymore.
I think that was a great start for things, but obviously we had terrible things that happened, like the Tulsa massacre, among black people being chased out of their homes by the KKK.
Sure.
All funded by the Democrat Party, all supported by the Democrat Party.
Well, I need to stop you there. Can you attribute not to the party but to the ideology? Because I think when you think, regardless of whatever the party,
it's the party and the ideology. The party is demonic and the ideology is demonic. It's in the name. Democrat. It's you don't have to separate the two.
Party switch was traditionally conservative values.
There was no party switch, that's a lie.
That's more aligned with more racist policies in this country.
It's very difficult to compare 2020's conservatism to 1880s conservatism. Oh, I was loving the 1v4.
So personally, I feel like there's really only one thing that white people have a true advantage over black people with, and it's that white people are less likely to be forced into a box. It happens with black people onto other black people, but it especially happens with white liberals onto black conservatives, where we are told that we are supposed to think a certain way, be a certain way, and if we're not, then we're called all these names like etc. And the worst of all is bootlicker, because I hate when a white liberal tells me as a black man that I'm a bootlicker, because then I ask, whose boot am I licking? Because you're telling me as a white person that me as a black person that I'm licking your boot because I don't think in this box that you want me to frame my mentality in. That to me is real racism, and that's what we need to stop allowing to happen to us, because black people are so quick now to not branch out and to have new ways of thinking, or to go into careers like agriculture and these other career paths that black people don't typically get into. It's not because of racism stopping them from getting in there. It's because we're told for so long that you have to follow this path and you have to think a certain way.
I think America is a great place for a black person. I think I'm an American. Anything that's available to you is available to me and mine.
Locked in a box. I was locked in a box once, a box filled with worms. Worms. I hate worms. They make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once they locked me in a box. Boxes make me crazy. Wait. Crazy. I was crazy once they locked me in a box, a dark box, a box filled with worms. Worms make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once they locked me in a box filled with worms. I hate worms. Worms make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once they locked me in a box filled with worms.
I've personally never experienced white people having way more privileges than me. Like, I'm sure you could.
Does she count as black though? I don't know. She's on that edge. Aaliyah, she kind of close to white.
Find certain institutions where black people are treated differently. But in general, I don't think that I've missed out on anything because of being black. And if anything, it's given me more of a voice because people will want to hear what I say now because I'm black. So if anything, I have more of a platform now just on the basis of being a black conservative and saying what's not popular than I would if I was just a white person who was also conservative.
I agree with the Supreme Court's decision to end affirmative action.
Only 33% said yes. So why would not all of the black people say yes if they're conservatives? Every people be tossing around these things too much.
Hey.
Like, which one of you black conservatives do not agree with that?
I think I'm not going to start. Someone else can start. Sorry.
I think affirmative
Coward.
action has served its purpose. I think that it was necessary for a particular time, and I think that every black person knows how to get into college. I mean, you can pull out the names, the Oprah, President Obama. You can pull out the head of Time Warner was black man, the Forbes was black man. We know what to do now. We don't need affirmative action anymore.
Yeah. So see this girl, this young woman, calls herself a black conservative, but she does not agree with the Supreme Court's decision to end affirmative action. Why? This is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, come on now. Come on, girl.
And to me, affirmative action is offensive sometimes, especially nowadays, because I have 6 children, and
She's
2
definitely
boys, 4
white
girls.
passing. Yeah.
And all of them went to Harvard and Columbia, and this one and that one. And it breaks my heart to think that they accomplished that
Dean,
goal
don't come
of
in here
getting
being weird.
into these institutions just because of the color of their skin.
I can definitely say that it creates a lot of tension when you have affirmative action. I remember my first week at the University of Illinois, I was sitting with some classmates, and a white student turned to me and jokingly like, "Hey Xavier, like, did you just attach a smiley face when you applied for this college?" And I started asking what he meant, and he said to me that he was like, "You're black, I'm assuming you had decent grades. You could have just attached a smiley face and you would have gotten into the university." So I was living by
Affirmative
that, and I
action.
went off, I started naming all of my accomplishments, and I felt so confident only for about an hour. Because then an hour later, I started saying to myself, like, wow, like, did I actually earn my way in here? I started to have this insecurity, and I started wondering to myself, did I earn this position myself, or did my ancestors' suffering earn this for me?
And too, I've seen it in the sense of like affirmative action taking away from other people who are minorities. Like I had a friend who was Asian and he in high school and he really wanted to go to MIT. That was his dream school. He interned there. He was super like prepared to go there and he didn't get in. And you can only assume that it was because of affirmative action because they have such a large Asian population that they want to admit other people.
Yeah, I was going to actually argue that it's more racist nowadays because it excludes so many Asian Americans from getting into universities who do deserve a spot and they can't get in because of affirmative action, which again,
That's true, but why are you on the disagree side?
like you were saying, was necessary at the time.
Yeah.
But now it's like anybody, if you have the skills to do it and you're in America, you can get in.
I don't think affirmative action
Well,
is
then why are you on the
worst
disagree
thing,
side?
Considering all the different types or aspects of a background you might take into account when somebody's getting into college, whether they were in certain clubs, Boy Scouts, what type of classes they took, that might not be available to everybody. I don't think that factoring in the affirmative action is necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like because of everything you guys have said, the optics behind it are so horrible today that even if it is slightly beneficial in the long run for certain people, I think we can probably refocus most of that into figuring out like the class that people come from, the neighborhoods, the backgrounds or whatever, without it having to necessarily target race. The only thing that I kind of wonder now that it's gone is instead of a black person being in school thinking like, man, am I here because I'm an affirmative action pick, is it going to be a kid that is poor or a kid that's from a different zip code?
I think we should do away with all of it. It's just like submit an application, no demographics. Why do they ask your sexuality? Like why do they ask all that stuff?
So I don't even know who, or is this the 66% that agrees, and these two guys are the only ones who disagree? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe all of these people agree that affirmative action needed to be gone. And then these two guys, this idiot here, of course, these are like the super liberals back here. And they're going to come in and now they're going to try to justify affirmative action, which is 100% racist, by the way. If you believe racism is a thing, it is in nature racist. It's judging people based off of their skin color and determining whether they get into college or not. Asian people have to score higher. Black people can score lower. That's called the soft bigotry of low expectations. So basically, the liberals who support affirmative action think that black people are too dumb to get into college based off their merits.
So, if affirmative action accomplished its purpose, Why do we...
Shut up, Alec. I got recruited to Illinois. What's in Illinois?
We still see the disparities that we do.
Mr.
In the
Matt is in
professional
Illinois.
workplace. If you average white wealth and compare it to black wealth totals, white people as a whole have about 50 times greater wealth than black people as a whole per capita. So I just don't understand why you think affirmative action has accomplished its purpose. I don't see that.
Curious, why do you assume that just because there is a disparity means it's because of a racial issue?
What else would it be from?
I mean,
upbringing, economic abilities,
desire to
skills.
go, desire to...
I mean, zip code does play a lot. If you grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma, you're not as likely to do as well in school, which means you're...
Why did they grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma?
I mean, lots of people do.
Yes, but why?
Even if you account for, like, if you had a middle-class black person, a middle-class white person, the middle-class black person, everything, all the studies and statistics show that they're less interested in school. They don't care. The black people don't care about school and education. And whether that's genetic or due to cultural upbringings or whatever, white people are, and specifically Asian people, are all about school. They want to do good in school. They're focused on school. Then white people, then black people.
I specifically do more black people.
Government assistance programs.
Government assistance programs, like what?
Try redlining.
I mean, you can go into that if you'd like to, but let's
It
take a
is
look
relevant.
at the Great Societies Act, which was created to kick black fathers out of the home and get black mothers on welfare assistance. These things aren't beneficial for economics. These things aren't beneficial for actually paving a way for success for black children and black families. I mean,
Harry Potter's about to say something. What do you got to say, Harry Potter? They both have one-piece shirts on. He's got a one-piece shirt on, and that other loser has a one-piece shirt on. I told y'all One Piece is a whack show. I told y'all I can't stand anime. I don't like anime. I just like Dragon Ball. Illinois University, he said he went to Illinois due to video.
Reducing a two-family household to a one-family household isn't going to make them the richest man in the world. It isn't even going to get them out of high school. Nonetheless, the ability to even get to college.
You mean two-parent?
The child, yes, but a two-parent household in comparison to a one-parent household, that child is not going to be nearly as successful. That child is more disposed to being sent into prison by doing crimes or not doing very well in school. So how are they even supposed to get that, that wealth disparity shrunk if they aren't even able to get out of the community that is causing these problems for them?
Something I think that this conversation illustrates is that, like, affirmative action is literally the very end of the line of a lot of different parts of a person's life. And by that point, trying to rectify all of the inequities that have existed, to try to remedy any of that at the very end with affirmative action, it might just be too broad a brush. And maybe we'd be better served focusing on the earlier issues than trying to throw a kid who maybe, can barely read at a 6th grade level into a college to hope that that's the thing that fixes the problem at the end of the line.
I think affirmative action wasn't really supposed to send kids to Harvard that weren't prepared to go to Harvard. I think that's quite a myth, in fact. I think those that have the qualities to get to Harvard.
Then how come they all drop out and fail? How come their rate of failing once they get there is so high? Harry Potter. Please let us know, Harry Potter. Let's stop trying to deny it and let the blacks in on our little secret. The third Monday of each month, the government brings all white men a bag of money and cigars. Shh, quiet, stubborn one. White Monday? Quiet, stubborn one. Don't tell them. Dang. Freddie gonna be trying to get some of that money. Reparations.
Were before affirmative action were just completely overlooked. Clarence Thomas is like the perfect example. Regardless of what you think about him. He was able to get to Harvard because of affirmative action, because it focused on finding people that were just overlooked for those.
But things ended up changing. It morphed into something else. So what started out as a good program of giving all black people or people with a lesser chance or lesser opportunity, it started out as that, and then it morphed and I'm not sure who morphed it, but it morphed into, okay, so now we have to have one black, one Hispanic, one this, one that.
That's not how that works.
But hey, talk to the corporations, talk to the people who hire, talk to the board members.
That's diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is how that works. One piece dork. Biden hat guy.
Members who say we need to have a woman on the board, we need to have a black on the board, we need to have a Latina, a Latinx, whatever on the board. So it morphed from helping us into now
tokenization.
Yes. So you have to have one of this, one of that.
Well, when you start with a country where people only hire you if you're white, that's necessary. And I know that you said that it started good and then.
What's up, Craven? Honestly, it's not the community, it's themselves. They have to want a good life for themselves, but it's also the people that's in charge of the possibility of having a better future/career. Yeah, this is America. They have all the opportunities they need. But yeah, it is the individual. It's the individual. They need to overcome that communal identity and that Marxist victimhood mentality. Overcome all that stuff and yeah, be individuals. If they want it for themselves, they can go get it. Also, the people that's in charge of the possibility of having a better career. I mean, to be honest, you're more likely to get a better job or into a better college nowadays if you're black. With all the diversity quotas they have to meet and stuff, they're going to hire a black guy before they hire a straight white Christian white guy.
Ended whatever. And I don't think that affirmative action was perfect by any measure, but we still see really, really bad inequality. So if you're going to get rid of affirmative action, what's the replacement?
Meritocracy.
There's no meritocracy in this country. You look at Elon Musk.
There should be. He's right. There's not, since we let the commies infiltrate us. There isn't. But there used to be, and there should still be.
Destroying Twitter. There's no meritocracy. That's ridiculous.
Well, first thing I want to bounce back to.
She said meritocracy, and he said Elon Musk is destroying Twitter. What the hell does that have to do with anything, bro? You think Elon hasn't earned his place as the owner of Twitter? This man is sending rockets into space. He gave you the green cars. Y'all should be sucking his booty. Y'all should be doing mitzvah bapea on Elon because y'all were complaining about green energy. You want everybody to go green, get an electric car. Elon gave you the electric cars. The best electric car out there. These damn liberals should be bowing down praising Elon. What the heck is he talking about? That it's not meritocracy because Elon owns Twitter and he's running it into the ground. What are you talking about, dude?
Really, really bad. Affirmative action was perfect by any measure, but we still see really, really bad inequality. So if you're going to get rid of affirmative action, what's the replacement?
Meritocracy.
There's no meritocracy in this country. You look at Elon Musk. He's destroying Twitter. There's no meritocracy. That's the.
What does that have to do with anything? What? Wait, what? Is he saying because Elon bought Twitter that it's not based off of merit? The owner of Twitter isn't picked. What? That doesn't make any sense. I'm from Baltimore. I got out.
Ridiculous.
Well, first thing I want to bounce back to is it's not a myth that there are like minorities that are being put into colleges that they're not ready for. If you look at a lot of these top universities, including Harvard, Yale, etc., you're going to see a lot of minorities on academic probation because they are being placed in universities that they are not ready for. They are not cut out for that just yet. And it even just makes sense if you look at how much they have to achieve in order to get there. Asian students on average have to score 450 points higher than a black student in order to get in the same university.
Hold on, there's a fact check. They're live fact checking this guy.
Asian students on average have to score.
A student who identifies as as Asian will need 140 SAT points higher than whites, 320 points higher than Hispanics, and 450 SAT points higher than African Americans. National Study of College Experience led by. So he's right. I don't know why they're putting a fact check on the screen when he's 100% correct.
It just makes sense if you look at how much they have to achieve in order to get there. Asian students on average have to score 450 points higher than a black student in order to get in the same university.
That's true.
So
Fact check, true.
Universities that have courses, etc., that grade on a curve, you can only have so many people with an A, so many people with a B, etc. So that means that the bottom percentile is going to fail. Who is most likely, just based on logic, going to be the ones failing? It's going to be the people who didn't have the credentials to get there in the first place. And then I have to bounce back to.
I want to get you on that point, because I would posit that the people who are least likely to have good outcomes in an academic setting are those who have to work 2 jobs, are those who have to drive there from home because they can't afford a dorm, are those who have to go into crippling.
Shut up. Everybody goes to college on the internet now, dummy.
Financial debt. These are and have other stresses in their life. They can't afford a doctor. They can't afford a dentist. They can't afford.
Who cares? What's that got to do with anything?
Anything.
I had to do
so
that too, though.
Those are the
That's
people.
not just black people. It's not just.
But it's
If we're looking at
overwhelmingly.
straight numbers, there are more white people in poverty than black people.
If you look at the raw.
Not per capita, but.
Numbers, but if you
I don't know,
actually
what are the
understand what
wrong
you're talking
numbers?
about.
No number.
Yeah, well, you look at the raw numbers, yes, but he's very condescending. He's right, though. If you look per capita, but basically what he just said is pretty racist. So are you saying that per capita, black people are dumber? What are you saying, Mr. Liberal Man? See, they're the racist ones. They're the covertly under the cover. They think black people are dumb and incapable of doing stuff. That's the typical liberal for you. What you got to do, be born? Just saying, some of them work, some of them lounge, some of them chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool and off, shooting some b-ball outside of the school. Money in government. I don't know why I'm reading Dean's comments. He don't know what he's talking about. You can be born into it. You still have to earn your own. You think Hunter Biden has earned anything in his entire life?
The issue is poverty in general, though. I don't think it's like who's in poverty. It's like poverty sucks.
Maybe we should make college free, and maybe we want to have Furman actually wouldn't be that
Shut up,
necessary.
Harry Potter.
Get even more ghetto.
Bro, you went to wizarding school. How much did you have to pay for wizarding college? Don't you have a Hogwarts Express to catch? Don't you have platform 9 3/4 you got to run up on, Harry?
If you have a program that says if you are under a certain income level, this is how we'll help you, that will overwhelmingly help black people at a far greater percentage than it will help white people.
Trump supports Black lives.
Hold on, let me see that. 17. And also, what a stupid liberal question. Trump supports Black lives. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? And look at the stats. Only Chandler said yes.
Greater percentage than it will help white people.
Middle ground community. Oh. So these are the community results. I thought these results were based off of these people. But this is off of the Middle Ground Patreon, which is all liberals, by the way. So 83% of the Middle Ground community at patreon.com said no, because they're all liberals. Jubilee is liberal. This show claims to be neutral and balanced and all the stuff like that. But this question right here shows that they aren't, because this is a stupid question that a liberal would ask. Does Trump support Black lives? Ask all the artists that he put on if he supports them. When he took the picture with Muhammad or with Mike Tyson and all those other black guys, all the black people who loved him, over 300 rap songs with Trump's name in them, naming the song. Black people loved him. Ask Oprah when she interviewed Trump. Black people loved Trump until he ran as a Republican. They wanted his money. What's wrong with wizarding school? I mean, I think it would be fun, but I'm just saying this kid looked like Harry Potter. Of course Trump supports Black lives. But either way, that's a stupid question.
Trump supports Black lives.
It's critical block.
Each stitch a connection.
Can't be removed from your battle area by opponent's skills for the turn.
I think that President Trump supports all lives. I think that he looks at all American citizens as equal. I don't see him doing anything that would make you feel like he does not support Black lives. That's of course going to lead into the conversation of Black Lives Matter, which was a movement and an organization with so much corruption. Donald Trump not supporting that organization doesn't mean that he doesn't support Black lives. It just means that he doesn't support the fraudulent organization that's stealing so much money from so many people to do absolutely nothing with it, nor does he support a destructive movement that is destroying cities, communities, lives, etc. So I don't see why someone would think that President Trump doesn't support Black lives.
I've heard him say he knows all the best Black people. He has all the best Black friends. I do support Black
Horrible Trump impression. Shut up, you stupid liberal.
people all the time. So sorry, that was a very bad impression. But I don't think Donald Trump wants bad things to happen to Black people. So in that respect, I think he does support Black lives, but the other side of that is he's not really doing anything. He didn't do anything as president, certainly, to uplift Black people.
The economy affects Black people.
Yeah, I certainly disagree with that point. One of the biggest things I supported personally, well, yeah, we'll get into that one later. One of the biggest things he did is he secured permanent funding for HBCUs, one of the largest increases we ever saw for HBCUs, personally done by his administration.
And then they turned on him when it came election time. They still turned on him. They spit in his face. Unappreciative.
Among many other things, the First Step Act, which, you know, there's a lot of debate about whether it was really the best thing to do, but that was definitely a kiss of love to the black race. Freeing Alice Johnson for menial drug crimes she committed in the past that had her locked up. She did not get to see her family for years.
Yeah, but that's not like, okay, I did say I agree. But I agree in the sense that Donald Trump doesn't literally want bad things to happen to Black people, like I think a lot of conservatives do. So I think that he just says the most yeah, I do think.
Biden took it away. He just gave millions to HBCU. Biden took it away. Yep. They were coming asking me every year for more funding under Barack Obama. And I said, why do you have to keep coming and asking for money? They said, well, he would only give it to us once a year. So I gave it to him for 10 years.
I think he says the things that will get him elected. So I don't think that
he found out
against certain, most people. He just says the most popular thing. So I think like Ron DeSantis would be, Ron DeSantis would be somebody that I think actually wants Black people to be hurt. So by that standard, Donald Trump supports Black lives by leaps and bounds.
You think Donald Trump says the most popular thing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Then why do so many people hate him?
He got elected as president.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He didn't win the popular vote neither time.
That's a liberal talking point.
To say.
That's a liberal talking
I'm
point.
helping you here. I'm trying to see the logic in this. Obviously, he says things to be elected as a politician very similarly to how Joe Biden did, except Joe Biden actually has a history of racism.
If he said things that people didn't like, he wouldn't have been our president.
So you like everything that Donald Trump says? You think everything he says is popular?
He said everything he says they didn't like. What are you talking about?
I love a lot of the things he says. I think he's hilarious. When he said big water, that was one of my favorite quotes. Big water.
Water, big water, ocean water.
He has the funniest one-liners, so I love a lot of the things he says. As far as policy, he sucks, but.
I'm just shocked you're wearing a Hunter Biden hat. He likes a different kind of one line.
Oh, I know, conservatives love talking about his
No, Coke.
No, Coke. Oh, his hat says Hunter Biden. His hat doesn't even say Joe. His hat says Hunter Biden.
Coke, not.
And then he said, speaking of one-liners, you know who's good at one-liners is Hunter Biden on your hat. And then he said conservatives are obsessed with his wiener. Well, no, we're just a little worried about the fact that the first son is having sex with underage Asian prostitutes and doing crack and meth with them.
Trump is less of the issue and more so the people that support him, like Die Hard. They facilitate that kind of like hate, I think, for a lot of people, not just Black people, but like.
I mean, this man took out like a full page in a newspaper calling for the public execution of 5 Black kids. His hotels, all of his businesses have rampant history of denying black people apartments or whatever. So
I forgot about that. I should not have stepped forward.
Look, I mean, Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump, so I don't think he really cares about anyone, I guess, unless you're like super rich or whatever.
When you look at his history on racial issues, whether it's the shithole countries comment, the plethora of comments he made about Mexican people, just the comments he's made about Muslims, the idea that Trump cares at all about some particular racial minority, I think is a little bit silly. I think Trump will say whatever he needs to say to rile up his base and to get elected.
I don't necessarily think those statements come from a place of hatred. I don't think he was ever saying specifically, oh, if you pray 5 times a day towards the east or towards Mega based on wherever you are, you're a bad person. I think he was saying if you like to fly planes into towers or behead people or throw people off of buildings, maybe you're not the most virtuous person out there.
I supported Trump because he made the economy good, and so the economy then impacted black people, white people, Latino people. It impacted everybody. But Trump, he didn't think specifically, I don't think, about black people. He thought about himself, and he thought about how can I make America great for me, and making and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go with this guy, and the reason I'm gonna go with this guy is because if he can make America great and he can make that it rise for everybody, I'm gonna benefit from that. So that's why I went, and that's why I voted for him. That's why I supported him.
How does that specifically benefit black people? Again, he's a businessman, but he's also a racist businessman, and like well documented so. So like
and Biden's not. Biden's not.
Yes, he is. He created the crime bill. So that's regardless of the point.
Well, address the Central Park 5. That's what you brought up, right? Yes. How do you feel about that?
Well,
he took that full
actually,
page out after they were exonerated.
So I haven't.
He wanted them to be killed, executed, just because they were black.
That story.
No, he wanted them to be killed or executed because they ganged up and raped a woman in Central Park, and they were guilty. And the prosecutor was black, the detective was black, and they said that racist police lied and coerced a confession out of the Central Park 5 with these innocent young men. They were not innocent young men. They were gangsters hanging out in Central Park, and the racist investigator was black and the racist prosecutor was black, and they were guilty as hell. They confessed to the crime, and they should have been executed.
And he bars people from attending his businesses or like renting apartments from all his like stupid Trump towers.
I think Trump at that point was, like many people in this room, particularly liberals, a victim of the media. I think he was scared. I think he was ashamed of the things that he heard in the news and wanted to take action himself as a businessman, not as a racist.
Why are you infantilizing him?
I don't like, also real quick, because people keep bringing up this comparison to the '93 crime bill from Biden. That crime bill, this was at the height of like violent crime and the crack epidemic in the United States. The Congressional Black Caucus supported that crime bill. Everybody in the United States supported that crime bill. The idea that that crime bill was like some racist piece of legislation that Biden was just wheeling out because he hates black people, and
no, I think that's the most based legislation Biden ever did. It was great.
That's somehow comparable to the Donald Trump's treatment of the Central Park 5 that were already exonerated. That wasn't a victim of the media. The media said they were done. They were exonerated in court. They weren't there.
As I understand it, the prosecutor of the 5, he was a black guy, and so in being a black guy, he went and he looked at all the evidence and said these guys are guilty.
Black people can also be racist against them.
They confessed. Of course, they were guilty. God.
Or just make mistakes.
So if anybody does anything you disagree with in regards to the Central Park 5, even if they themselves are a black person, they're just a self-loathing black person, they're just a racist black person.
If they disagree with me, they're racist.
That prosecutor was doing his job.
That's my policy. If they disagree with me, they're racist.
I like that.
I think Trump has shown a history of ignorant at best and racist at worst behavior. I didn't vote for him or Hillary because I just don't see him as a conservative hero. I don't even think he's a conservative.
Fake conservative. I voted Trump in 2016, just so you all know. So I'm just saying.
Liar.
So I need to expound. I need you
liar.
to elaborate on if people disagree with.
I call liar, bold-faced liar, 100%. He is lying out of his teeth right now. 100% liar. Just straight lying to our face. Is this evil incarnate? When you play this card, you can't play Infernal. Change your number for the duration of the turn. Sparking 10 or more in your drop area. Place this card at the bottom of the center deck of the cards evil incarnate. Choose a 1 Janemba card from your warp and cost a 4 and play it. Is our leader evil incarnate? How do I make it so I can see my leader? I can't read it. It is. So wait. Moment of truth. Unexpected appearance. Choose one of your opponent's battle cards placed at the bottom of its owner's deck. Blocker. When this card is played, limit 1 for 1 energy. When this card is played, choose one of your opponent's battle cards. Energy cost of 6 or less. Auto, limit 1 for 1 energy. Why would I do that? Limit 1 if it's your turn. When this card is played, choose one of your opponent's battle cards placed at the bottom of its opponent's deck. Why would I do that when I could have this guy for free? This guy's garbage. Why would I even use that? Place the card at the bottom of the deck. Choose your evil incarnate when you hand it. Cost a 5 and play it. So you can swing, put it. Place the card at the bottom of the owner's deck. Choose one. If you have 3 or more energy, if no battles card, play this card from your hand. I feel like that's good. But then, when we go here, when you play this card, you can't play Infernal Change Number for the duration of the turn. Skill takes effect when you have 10 or more. Place this card at the bottom of its owner's deck. Your leader card is equal to choose one Janemba card from your warp. Energy costs a 4 and play it. Are all these cards evil incarnate? So energy costs a 5 and play it. Place the card at the bottom of its owner's deck. Choose one in your hand. Energy costs a 5 and play it. These are all 6 costs. I mean, it's still a critical 20k for 1 energy. I'm not sure how this deck works yet. It's your opponent's turn. When one of your blue Z extras is placed in a battle area, draw 1 card, switch with one of your mono blue energy to active mode. Blue Z extras. Let's see. Y'all should know by now it's evil, evil, evil. Had no idea the Catholic Church accepted shall rise up again, not what I heard. No, racism's fake. It's imaginary. Even Jesse Peterson says. I don't need him to say it to know it's true. Everyone has bias or you wouldn't be human. That's true. I feel you. But bias is not racism. Racism's fake. It's imaginary. Any grown man complaining about racism is a bitch. Okay, let's keep playing this.
With you, they're racist, just in general.
I was just kidding.
He's just, yeah.
You never know.
Just like
One
the
of those
hat.
kind of moments.
Sorry if I triggered you. I'm sorry.
You made
No,
a
I'm not
point.
sure. I just
You made a
need to know.
point
Okay.
a couple minutes back where you said he just kind of says these things to rile up his base. Why does he need to do that at the expense of black people then?
He doesn't do that at the. I am a member of his base, and I'm sitting there like, oh man, this is amazing. And I don't know. You can call me self-loathing. You can call me self-hating.
So you're
you can call
saying
me
calling
racist.
for the public execution of 5 black men that were exonerated to
When
rile
has he
up
done
his
that
base?
during the campaign trail? He didn't do that when he was a politician.
Well,
he did that when he
again,
was a scared businessman in New York.
He was calling for the execution of 5 black men who got wrongly exonerated. They were guilty. Now, I don't know if they deserved execution because I don't think they killed the woman. Did they kill the woman? They definitely R-worded her. They definitely gang raped her. And all these liberals only know about the Central Park Five because they watched a Netflix film. They see us. They see us. Yeah, she saw you. It was actually like 20 of them. And they beat this woman down. The assault and rape of Trisha Mealy, a white woman in Central Park. On the night of the attack, dozens of teenagers had entered the park, and there were reports of muggings and physical assaults. More than 20 of them. More than 20 black young thugs, gangsters, were running around Central Park, beating up people, mugging them, and then they robbed this white woman, and they beat her, and they raped her. 5 of them got caught. They confessed, and years later, they got exonerated because they said they coerced the confession out of them. Whatever. And if you've fallen for that okie doke, you're a fool. You're a fool. If we execute rapists, then there might not be so many. Okay, I gotta stop saying that word. I'm not supposed to say that word. Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost okay with executing. At least banishment. We need to just put up a wall and just banish all these scumbags. Banish them. Just kick them, throw them out to the wild. And then also, the guys who guard the wall at the top of the wall, they throw meat down. They throw meat down regularly. So right outside the wall is where all the bears and wolves hang out. And then we don't have to worry about putting them in jail and taxpayers paying for them. We don't have to worry about having a guilty conscience because we give the authority of our justice system to do the act of God and kill people. We just banish them. We just throw them out the wall and we say, hey, you could go live with the wildlings and you could be free and you could do whatever sort of degenerate acts you want. But first, you got to get through the wolves and the bears. Limit 1. If your leader is a Genema card, you have a Genema card with energy cost of 6 or more in play. You remove this card from the game. Cost 1 energy, 1 Z energy. Limit 1. Activate main or battle. Place up to 1 demonic blade or lightning shower rain from your Z deck in your battle area. Choose up to 1 keyword skill on your opponent's battle cards. Negate that skill for the turn. Choose one of your blue Genema cards and it gains that skill until the end of the turn. Until the end of your turn. Move this card from the game. So this is a Z extra card based deck. Do I want 2 of those? How do we do this? It's this one, and this one. Lightning Shower Rain, Demonic Blade. Leader is a Gemini card, and you have a blue Gemini card and 6 more in play. You remove this card from the game. Place it to 1-dimensional hole or Lightning Shower Rain from your Z deck in the battle area. Choose all of your blue Genema cards, energy cost of 6 or more. And those cards get 5,000 power for the turn. Okay, so I think they want you to go 2/2/2. 6 or more in play. You remove this card from the game. Place it to 1 demonic blade. Dimension hole from your Z deck in your battle area. Then choose one of your blue Geneva battle cards. Switch to active mode. Okay, so we go 2/2/2. And then we have 1 space left. Is there a Z Awaken? Z energy cost by 1. When this card is played, choose one of your opponent's battle cards and each costs 3 or less. Place at the bottom of the deck. If you have 4 or more energy, one of your opponent's battle cards is placed at the bottom of its owner's deck. Switch up to 1 of your energy to active mode at the end of the battle. I don't understand how this deck works. You go 1/1/1. This. When this card is played, choose one of your opponent's battle cards. If you have 4 more energy, when one of your opponent's battle cards is placed at the bottom of its owner's deck, switch it to 1 of your energy to active mode at the end of the turn. This deck is confusing to build. I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to do with it. I feel like it's something like this. 2, 4, 6, 7. Something like that. Anyway. The Small Hats wrote about how to make tribes war with one another back in biblical times. Some say they are behind the racial tension in our nation, but that couldn't be true. Was that in the Talmud? Check this out. I'm not going to check that out. People with voice. Stop that. You can't speak truth or facts or simple logic in clown world. Clown world. It's a clown world.
It's everything Steve said about the comments about Muslims, the comments about Mexican immigrants. Why does
never about Mexican immigrants, never about Muslims, about terrorists and about criminals and rapists. These are very important delineations to make. And if you believe that what you fed the media about, oh, it's all Mexican immigrants, I think it's more of you being, oh man, these poor Mexicans, they need to be supported. It's more of that savior complex. Wow,
what was the
we're back
rationale
again.
behind axing or trying to axe DACA? Were these people were registered with the federal government, they were in school, they were doing everything that they needed to do. They had no home elsewhere. They were brought into this country as minors. Like, what's the explanation for that?
I think that requires more nuance. Like I mentioned before, I think there were some
for their
people.
education.
I think
Why
there
would
were
you
some
wanna kick
people
them out?
feeding him bad policy advice, thinking, "Oh, this will be really good for your base," and he's doing a lot as a president.
That's okay. That's okay if we feel that way. But
If I take responsibility for something, if I say he has responsibility for something, well then you're right. But if I'm saying, well, maybe there are some people around him advising him falsely,
Dude,
it's infantilizing.
He was the president.
There's no good way.
He called the shots. What are you talking about?
The only path forward to solving illegal immigration starts with amnesty for everybody here. The reality is there's some 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants here. We're not deporting them all.
With the people who are already here, that's a lot more of a messy, nuanced conversation. But as far as people coming in, I do think we need stronger borders and actual vetting happening.
And I just want to say, in Ronald Reagan's day, he was given the promise. He said, look, if you go ahead and you pass this particular bill, we'll give these people amnesty and we're done. And it didn't happen. We didn't. Illegal immigration continued even after Reagan already said we will give these people amnesty. So that's why we get a burr up our butt, because he had already done it.
She got a burr up her butt.
Amnesty.
What the?
True.
That's terrible.
No, that's base. Thank you.
Tasteless.
I've never heard of anybody having a burr up their
Ninth
butt.
circle, baby.
My political beliefs have changed from the past.
Hey, babe.
I thought you were making dinner.
Get out of here, Panera Bread.
Stay.
Better communication?
Panera Bread is a freaking restaurant. They have soup and stuff. Why do they call it Panera Bread? It's not a bread shop. I don't even get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Enough of this. I don't want to hear about Panera Bread. Ah, cicada just landed on me. Oh, I hate cicadas. They're freaky. Wait, what was the question? Oh, my political.
I grew up in a conservative household.
Hold on, I want to see
circle.
the
No, that's base. Thank you.
Tasteless.
Wow.
Ninth circle, baby.
My political beliefs have changed from the past.
I mean, who would? I believe everybody would probably say yes to that, at least to some extent. Most people don't even understand their political beliefs when they first have them. What would you have asked?
I grew up in a conservative household, actually, in Ohio. And my parents were always...
I would have asked white liberals, why do you feel like it's your job to tell black people how to think?
Pretty political, so I always stayed political. I was very religious as a teenager. Sometime during college and then afterwards, especially during COVID, my sister actually indoctrinated me into a more leftist position. And I overcorrected a little bit. I started becoming pretty cringy as far as sit down and let the minorities all talk, right? don't say anything, don't speak over them, etc. They would, it was like the whole you can't speak over Candace Owens even if she's literally a Nazi kind of thing. So
wow, Candace Owens is literally a Nazi. This guy's an idiot, dude. It's scumbags like this, the liberals that say punch a Nazi, and then anybody who supports Trump. If you watch the Daily Wire, if you like Candace Owens, who is a moderate conservative, I don't even consider her conservative. She's moderate. She's not even that extreme. She's a Nazi now. Dumbass. Nazis are on the left, buddy. That's your team. And they say punch a Nazi, so they allow for violence against anybody who's just mildly right, even just a little bit right. You can get punched in the face by these dumb liberals. I wish you would. I wish you would.
I stand by that. So, yeah, I kind of leveled out, thankfully, and I'm less cringe now.
Did you? Are you?
I cringed.
Yeah. This is leveled out. Imagine if we would have been here a year ago.
I mean, maybe.
Look, even Destiny knows this guy's a dumbass. When I was watching Destiny's commentary, he was doing a stream today, and he was commentating on this video, and even Destiny was saying this guy is a condescending idiot.
Maybe I am being cringe. Who cares?
Yeah, so
you're a retard.
I grew up conservative, but I did have more left-leaning ideas about like Black Lives Matter and critical race theory, and I was watching a lot of YouTube, and I did agree that Black people were oppressed and all of these different things, and that we were kind of got the short end of the stick. And during 2020, when there was everything crazy was happening, and I started organizing rallies against the mandates because I thought that they were just totally unconstitutional and un-American. And then George Floyd dies, and initially I was like enraged like everybody else, and then it started to become this weird like political like agenda masquerading or behind his face. Like the face of what was actually happening started to peel off, and I was like, oh, I mean, I would counter-protest BLM activists at my town square when I lived in Texas, and they were some of the most just bitter, vile, horrible people you could ever meet. Meanwhile, like the Confederate group that would protest there against them also, they were like the nicest people ever to me, ironically.
I grew up in a democratic, not a democratic household, but kind of apolitical, but everybody was Democrat. And then I got a job. And when I got a job, and I saw all the taxes come out, and I started looking to the left and to the right and going, oh, my money's wittering away over here. And I said, you know what? After Reagan, I'm just going to go ahead and declare myself a Republican, and I've been a Republican ever since.
My mom is pretty liberal. She married my stepdad when I was like 15, 16 in high school, and he's super conservative, like loved Trump, diehard Trump fan. And they had a lot of like back and forth, hearing the two sides, like people who are on such polar opposites just like argue all the time about stuff, seeing that there's a lot of similarities in both sides, like the far radical left and the far radical right. They have a lot of similarities. They just don't want to come and like see it.
I started off actually kind of similar to you. I went to a Jesuit high school. I grew up very conservative. My mom is Cuban, so ride or die Bush supporter, who is now a ride or die Trump supporter. I think the point in my life when I was the most like libertarian was probably the lowest point in my life financially, and I think it's because something that conservatives do really well is they make you feel like you can always like succeed as long as you work hard enough, and that's something that progressives and liberals suck at. That you're a victim of systemic racism, you're black so you're going to be discriminated against, you're a woman so nobody's going to care about your feelings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas Republicans will tell you, listen, if you work hard, you can do whatever you want, like just as long as you're willing to put in the work. And I felt that way up to the moment where I was losing my house, where I had an ex-girlfriend that was pregnant, where I had been fired from my previous job. There was a whole bunch of horrible stuff going on in my life, and I very, very luckily got into online content creation. And from there, as I started to make more money, I started to pay more taxes. When I get older and I look at taxes that come out of my paycheck, I care a little bit, but it was just so funny to me that back when I was making $15,000, $20,000 a year, I'm like, I gotta vote for the lower tax bracket, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm barely paying any taxes anyways. And now that I'm older, like if the government wants to take, a few, 10, 20, whatever, how many more $1,000 out.
You just said you worked hard.
I did, but I got very, very, very lucky doing so. Very lucky.
Do you think it's just luck?
It's not just luck, but the difference is that born into a wealthier family, you can make so many more mistakes in life. And when you're born poor, you get like one or two before your life is over. And that's really sad to me.
Yeah, so I used to be a liberal. I voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016, as much as I regret that now. My family was pretty left-wing. Some of the people in my family were like radically left, like would refer to white people as blue-eyed, redheaded devils, things of that nature.
Dang.
And as I got older, I actually started being really really outspoken for BLM. I was supposed to be on a reality show teaching people how to be a BLM activist. At the time, I did a deep dive on BLM, and I started to realize all of these lies. So then I took a step back. I'm like, okay, what else am I being lied to about? And I started looking at the Democratic Party and questioning my own loyalty to being on the left.
I personally think both sides tend to be racist in different ways. I don't think the government is on the side of the people in general, and that's just me being, a radical.
When I was young, I used to jump for joy and say, oh yeah, Obama, black president, that's so amazing. He's the same color as me. But when I started to do more research, one of the biggest things I was confused about is, well, why is he a Democrat? What is a Democrat? I did more research about the Democrat Party. And sure, you guys are going to pop off about the head saying, oh, there's a party switch in the Southern strategy and all these things.
Which is true.
Which you may say is true. I don't believe it is true at all.
You're
I
wrong.
understand, you may think I'm wrong.
You are.
However, one of the biggest
No,
questions I had was, why is Obama in the same party as the people that started the KKK, the same people that voted against the Civil Rights Act, the same people that are on the news talking about how black people aren't able to accomplish anything and need to be on welfare and need to be promoted with affirmative action and things of that nature.
I also, in terms of, I guess, of my political journey, I was raised conservative, actually. And then high school became, I guess, sort of apolitical. And then throughout college and I guess just throughout my life since then, I think I guess you can call me a progressive, you can call me, socialist, whatever you, but
I call you
guess
Harry
that's,
Potter. I
guess
call you, you're a
in
wizard, Harry.
The area of where I fall. You said that you were a Bernie fan in 2016 and then you transitioned to being, I guess, more conservative. I guess, I don't know, to me, Bernie Sanders, from what he said to what you think now, what was the shift?
For me, it was socialism, because back then I
Why
was
would
a
I
very
use
broke
this
college
card
kid, and I just had this mentality that everything should be free, and I was feeling a bit
when I had
entitled,
this
like
card?
everything should be handed to me because I was black, because I was very much in that mentality. As I learned more about free markets, as I learned more about capitalism, I started to appreciate that much more. I started to appreciate small business much more, limited government, low regulations. I just started to like that much more. But I would say just more when it comes to economics, I don't agree with him.
Reparations are necessary.
This looks good.
When we talk about reparations, I think that doing reparations in the way that a lot of people think of it, where we just give it to black people, I'm not an expert on this, but I think it would be more income-based, and that
I don't
in
think you're
itself,
an
like I
expert
said
on
earlier,
anything, bro.
would disproportionately benefit black people, because if you recognize that they are disproportionately affected
Panera Bread.
by a systemic injustice, then doing it on like a class level
Typos
would
ruin
uplift
anything.
proportionally more black people. than
Pantera?
white
Did you
people.
say Pantera Bread?
Yeah, I think like mostly like black GIs that were left out of like the New Deal, for instance, that to be able to come back and as a white American, as a white veteran.
I know Dean's finger must have been hurting after the last. I think this looks good. Kind of want to bump this up to 3. Dean's finger must have been killing him after the last one. What the? He's crazy. I want to go to 3 here. I want to go to 3 here, and I almost want to cut this guy completely. Why would I use this when this card does better stuff? Choose only your opponent's battle cards and place it. So this chooses anything. No energy cost, any level, and it has blocker. This one has an energy restriction. Cost to extra energy and does not have blocker. I don't even want this guy in the deck, right? Or is it just because you need to fill out more 6 costs? Since these all have limit 1. It's just an extra 6 cost that you could get out there. Is that why? I can't imagine you're going to have... we'll put it back in. It's a promo. Why would they make the promo the worst card? Janimba, 6 cost. I guess. 3, 3, 3, 3, 6, 9. Damn, girl, you fine. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. There's 54 cards in the deck. This starts out on the field, so that's technically 53. 53 is not bad. Searching top 5. Okay, let's do some test hands to make sure we don't draw simulator. Draw 6. Yeah, we're always going to hit a Janemba. What's the ratio here? 53 cards, 7, 11, 14, 17, 20, 23, 25, 26, 27. 27 out of 53 is a little more than half. So every 2 cards, we should hit a Janemba. So if we're doing top 5 searches, we should always hit a Janemba. Hit a Janemba there. Reset hand. We hit 3 Janembas there. Reset hand. Draw 6. Yeah, I think you're always going to hit a Janemba on a top 5. Actually, all these hands look good. I think this is good. Draw 6. That almost was a whiff, but we got one. Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to whiff. Only one hand I've drawn one. Oh, drew one there, but I think you're always hitting. Well, it's draw 5. So let's just look at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reset, draw 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're always hitting a Janemba. I don't think we're ever going to whiff. Oh, there's a whiff. We finally hit a whiff. Very rare, though. Very rare that you whiff. Okay, this looks good. I have no idea how to play this deck, but this looks good. We're putting it in untap. Okay. Okay, I believe you.
To get a home loan and then build that
What am I
generational
playing?
wealth, you could not get.
It's that card game that I do tournaments for. I'm not playing, though. I'm just putting a deck together so I could try it out. But I really have no idea how to play this deck. There's a lot of words. Got to read a lot of words. I just picked the pictures that look cool and put them together. Not really. Kinda, though. Kinda. 2 drop. Look at 5 cards on top of your deck. Add 1 blue Janemba. Shuffle your deck. At the end of your opponent's turn, you may place this card in its owner's drop. We awaken. When this card attacks, look at the 5 cards on top of your deck. Add 1 blue Janemba card to your hand. Shuffle your deck. When this card is placed in its leader area, activate 1 barrier around the clock station from your deck. Can't play it if your leader card is Janemba and you have a blue Z extra in your battle area. Play up to 1 blue Janemba card. It costs a 6 from your hand. So that's 1 energy. We could do that once a turn. Activate main / battle. No, it's not once a turn. You can do that as many times as you want, right? Oh, that's crazy. That's how this deck pops off. You can, then that's why you need to have as many of these guys as possible because they're limit 1. So that's why you put this extra guy in there. So you can get him on the field, him on the field, him on the field, him on the field. Then you play this guy out for 1 energy. That's a 20k critical for 1 energy. Then you play this guy out for 2 energy. That's a 20k dual attack. Lets you play this card, which lets you draw a card. And then This is your boss monster. He only costs 2 energy. Oh, this is an aggro deck. Lots of cheap attacks. Lots of cheap attacks. And you use these cards to strengthen up your battle cards. So really, as an aggro deck, you don't really want a whole lot of negates. I have 2, 5. I don't have any counterplays though. Maybe I cut the negate slots a little bit to put some counterplays in here. Yeah, actually, I'm going to take these out. I'm going to cut this down 1. And then we're going to put some counterplays in here. That's what we need. That's what we're missing. Counterplay. Be wise. You recall where we met from? Was it alien spaceships? You probably met from here. Might have been what you heard before. Dean Melkin, are you from JLP or JS Urban's channel? He's from my channel. Everybody who man, I don't know what that's all about. Casting spells. What up, Bibby? Hello, Bibble. Dino Machino. Dino Machino. Be Wise is Stubborn One's wife. Yep, it is the same thing over and over every time. And it's amazing how people still don't get it. Yep.
Get that as a Black American. So there needs to be, I think, reparations. I don't care really what form it comes from. I think free healthcare, free college, so that everyone has like an equal opportunity to educate themselves, to build a better lives for themselves. So it's sort of like, and I think Germany is also a perfect model to follow. You know, by issuing, first of all, a formal apology, which we haven't even done that, but also just like donating to like different funds, and you know, just I think a more equitable society striving for that is reparations in and of itself.
Turn to its owner's hand instead of being played, then play this
I
card.
have no problems with reparations if
That's
they had
pretty
happened
good.
initially during the like slavery or the civil rights movement or any of that.
I didn't even know about
but
this
to try
card.
and do
I didn't even know about this card. This is a floodgate counterplay for blue that is also a 15k body? What? What does this do? If the card is blue, your life is at 4 or less. The battle card being played as an energy cost of 3 or less. Return to its owner's hand instead of being played. Choose one of your energy, switch it to active mode. If you have a multicolor card in your energy life is at 4 or less, you can activate this card's counter skill from your hand by adding a card from your life to your hand instead of paying its energy cost. So this does the same as the other one, but you get the energy back. So it's essentially free. Floodgate stopper. Whereas this is a battle card. Battle card being played as an energy cost 3 or less, return to its owner's hand instead of being played, then play this card. So your counterplay would still go off even if they counterplay this. What's this card do? Energy cost of 2 or less, return to its owner's hand instead of being played. And choose one of your blue battle cards, energy cost of 3 or less. Then choose up to one of your blue battle cards, energy cost of 3 or less, return it to its owner's hand. I don't know why I would do that. So this is a 1 cost 2 or less, 2 cost 3 or less, 1 cost 3 or less, get the energy back. I think this one's the best. Huh. The ape? I don't see you getting to 5 energy with this deck. Doesn't seem like what it wants to do. So, I think you would just go 2 of these. Maybe 2 of these. That's 4 floodgate stoppers. They're going to try to floodgate you. Then we're at 55. That's kind of high. That's 54. 54, 54. What if we go... I kind of want to cut these. I could cut these each by 1. Let's get my count lower. It's an aggro deck. It's an aggro deck. You don't need... These are just floodgate stoppers. Turn to its owner's hand instead of being played. Then choose one of your blue energy, switch to activate. Battle card return to its owner's hand instead of being played, then play this card. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So if I cut this and this down to 2 and 2, now we're at 53, which is 52. Or I think this looks good. This looks tight like a tiger. Tight like a tiger. Worst case scenario, the pan's not in your deck. You play this guy. I don't know. I kind of want this at 3. No, keep it at 2. 2 and 2. 2 and 2. Got to make sure we have the counterplays to shut down the... And this is a counterplay that's a body. Oh! This looks good. This looks good. I like it. Put it in untap. Swim with sharks and touch animals. You gonna touch some animals?
Do that now logistically, it just doesn't really make any
There's
sense. And like, where would
corals
this money
of
come
East
from? Like,
Florida.
we're in so much debt as a nation. Would I get this money? I'm biracial or triracial. Like, do mixed people get it? And like, do Irish people get reparations when they were indentured servants?
I think for reparations, if you can find specific instances of somebody being like actually deprived of something, whether specific instances of like the 40 acres and a meal promise, or whether you can find specific cases of like Chinese people building railroads or Irish people or whatever, people being deprived of things, that's okay. But otherwise, yeah, it's a logistical nightmare. There's no possible way that we'd be able to do it well.
Yeah, America's unique because we have bent over backwards for decades now, putting minorities in a position of privilege. I feel like we have done so much to give back to the communities that were obviously wronged. And I agree with both of you. Like, had this happened a long time ago, I would understand it. If we had specific incidences that we could trace where people were just completely screwed over, I would respect it. But right now, I don't deserve a payment for something my great-great-great-great-grandparents went through, and I don't think that white people are responsible for paying that to me either.
I know we don't want to use the word virtue signaling, but it's sort of like a bribe for a vote in a way, at least in my opinion. In states like California, where they've been throwing around the idea of, oh, we want to pay out this much money to every black citizen in there, in this state, it's like, oh, are you serious? Because this is kind of like a joke, in my opinion.
I think that if we impose reparations now, I think it would rip America apart. I think that we're already separated enough as it is, and now you're going to have people walking around going, you owe me money, you owe me money, I'm not paying you any money. It would just really rip us apart.
Giving somebody money doesn't mean anything if they don't know what to do with the money or how to handle the money. So if the primary issue in black culture or with black people is generational trauma, then maybe they need more therapy than they need money, honestly.
Which conservatives are also against.
Well, that's kind of my argument. Like, if there is like that, like generational trauma or whatever, like I think examples of like free healthcare, they could see a therapist and not be, fall into debt. And I think the argument of like the logistical nightmares of it, I think if we want to pay for something in this country, we usually find a way to do it, especially when it comes to the military. So, I mean, we pay for multi-billion-dollar
It's
jets
not
all
the
the
dollars,
time.
it's who's supposed to get them.
Not to attack progressives, but that is like the most progressive idea in the world. Is like I can see the headlines like reparations voted on in Congress to be paid in the form of free therapy for people in the hood. That just sounds like the funniest thing in the world. But
well, I also don't think it's gonna come directly from like, you know, white person to black person. Like, oh, your lineage affected his lineage.
It is though. Like in San Francisco, they were going to raise the average family, or the average household in San Francisco was expected to pay $600,000 each with the $5 million per black person proposal that they had. And I used to live in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I was repulsed by that because you have so many homeless veterans on the streets, and they were going to give black people a home for as little as $1 just for being black. Mind you, slavery wasn't even in California. So why that was going to be the case, like, I don't understand, but it's extremely unrealistic to think that the average family in San Francisco can afford that.
That's because Newsom wants to get reelected.
Okay, but you don't really care about homeless veterans, right?
That's just
you
a
don't support
idea.
policy.
You don't know
I
me.
feel like all your arguments are ad hominem.
But you're here
Literally
as a
every
conservative.
single one ad
You're here as a
hominem.
conservative. So what policies do you support?
Yeah, that's all he does is keep insulting him. 40 acres and a mule was promised by a man that had no authority to offer it. Huh. Well, they did get offered to go back to Africa. They didn't take the offer. Well, some of them did. Liberia with white prostitutes. We were banishing them. We used to do banishment. We sent a bunch of former black slaves and a bunch of convicted white prostitute women to Liberia. And they have a thriving country where they don't allow other black people to come there and vote. It's weird. It's like black on black racism. Touching animals has got what got me banned from the petting zoo. Dang. I have no idea how this freaking deck works. I don't know what I'm supposed to. But it looks fun as all get out. I just don't understand how to play it. I wish Mario was still here so I could practice. I don't want to practice against a real person. Maybe there's somebody playing it. Oh, this guy's playing the new red Gamma 1 and 2 deck. This guy's playing Crimson. Crimson's killing it just because this card right here. Okay, back to the video.
For homeless veterans.
There's ways to address, I mean, for homeless in general.
That's a whole different conversation.
Yeah. Okay, let's say that we didn't find a middle ground in there.
Yeah.
All right.
But that's a great ending note.
White liberals have a savior complex.
Yes.
Hey, Mom, age 9 to 13. It's the best time for you to communicate how wrong under.
Did she just say, hey, Mom, age 9 to 13? Why would how many moms are there age 9 to 13? What the heck? And why are you a mom who is age 9 to 13 is going to talk to her kid about not drinking? What the heck?
Age drinking is for their brains.
Baristas.
How young is the baby? If the mom is 9 to 13 years old, how old is the kid that you got to tell it not to drink? What the? Oh, gay commercial. Gay. White liberals have a savior complex. Yeah, definitely. Also, they did ask the question that I said that they should ask earlier.
Well, I gotta say, this is a shock. I never expected all four of you to just come forward and admit it, but you know what? I'm happy with these results.
I just think it's a lot of people, I guess, people, you know, of the left, whatever, can kind of fall into that trap of thinking that, you know, black people as a monolith need to be saved as a whole.
I have no shame about it. I have a savior complex as an older brother, and I will save you whether you like it or not. So That's just me.
Well,
You're not going to save anybody.
Because a lot of us are really just exhausted of being viewed as our skin color. Because when you have this mindset that you need to save black people and we're just sitting here minding our own business and living our lives the way we want to, I don't know why it is that people feel this immense pressure to be so apologetic and just always trying to cater and coddle to black people when we just want to be treated like everybody else. We're equal for a reason.
I think especially recently with a lot of riot stuff that's gone on or protest stuff that's gone on, people on the left tend to infantilize a lot of different types of protesters.
I pledge allegiance
especially
to the flag
talking to,
of the
you know,
United
some of the other black
States of
content creators I
Liberia.
do content with. When you hear a lot of progressives come out and say, well, they don't have a choice but to riot or break into the store, or, well, they're stealing, you know, these electronics or shoes for good reasons, you just don't realize it. I think a lot of people kind of look both ways, and it's a little bit weird that there's such a complex on the left to excuse like every single possible negative behavior from somebody as long as they're a skin color that you're kind of in charge of protecting.
I find that very offensive.
Yeah.
I find it
really
extremely, it upsets me to hear that, because we're just like you. We just have a different skin color, and to hear that you have to help me is offensive to me. I can do
Dean,
my,
what are
I
you
can do
talking
my own.
about?
Well, we have to break down sometimes why these riots happen. You know, MLK once said that riots are the voice of the unheard. So if you are to address the problem and stop the riots, you have to address the underlying
Dean would not do very well in the Blind Bee. I'm just saying.
Inequality that has historically been pervasive. You know, even if you as individual people are doing fine and you don't want anybody else to get in the way of that, that's cool, and I'm not going to be the one to get in the way, but the disparities are undeniable.
So if you take pride in having like a white savior complex, what is it that you think that you're doing to save black people, and what is it that you think that you're saving black people from?
I am trying to make the world a better place through whatever means I can. And
But you're doing it on the backs of us.
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, I actually do. I feel like you want to be a savior and you're using me to make yourself feel good. That's what I'm
How
hearing.
am I hurting you?
You're not letting me have my own voice. You're not letting me speak.
How? You're speaking now?
No,
You're cutting her off.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I have to.
Yeah. Well, what's happening? I mean, you're speaking right now. You're speaking right now in this particular setting. But what you're saying is, like, you took it back to riots and so forth, and it makes it seem like the only way that we as black people can have a voice is by riots, and then you need to come along and you need to say, okay, poor little black child, let me help you. That's offensive to me, and I feel like you're making yourself feel good about trying to help us, and it.
I also think that, like, when we talk about damage, I think especially when it comes to a lot of the shoplifting stuff that's going on in certain cities, you get a lot of white people that live in nice
keep
suburbs
this starting
saying things
hand,
like shoplifting is no big deal, that's fine.
I don't even know what I'm
And then you'll catch YouTube videos of them later on being in a Walgreens in like a shoddy neighborhood, and they're like, man, why is the deodorant behind a locked case? It's very easy to sit behind a gated community and say, oh, well, you know, it's not a big deal, you know. They steal because they have to. Riots are the language of the unheard. I think people haven't read the full context of that quote. When MLK was saying riots were the language.
All right, hold on. The video's almost over. I'm playing this game. When this card is placed in the area after one barrier, check-in. When this card attacks, look at the 5 cards on top of your deck out of 1 blue Janemba. If it's your opponent's turn, when your blue Janemba card with an energy cost of 2 or more is removed from your battle area by a skill or KO, draw 2 cards, add cards from your life to your hand until you have 6 life left, and flip this card over. When your life is at 4 or less, draw 2 cards. Okay. The confusing part is this stuff in here. So we play a field card out. If you lead a Janemba card and you have a blue Janemba with energy cost of 6 or more in play, you remove this card from the game. Place it to 1 in your Z deck in your battle area. Choose all your Janemba cards and it costs 6 or more, and those cards get plus 5,000. Okay, so we get one of these field cards out. Any one, it doesn't matter. He's playing Swap Brawly, so he's probably going to destroy me. I hate playing against this deck. And the one who do live are doing the same things as the ones who do live. Dang, she on point. Oh, that lady. Hold on. I got to pay attention. This is going to be a quick game because he's playing freaking red crit hand control Brawly. I hate playing against this deck. He's going to kill me. I don't even know how to play this. What is this game? How are you doing all that on turn 1, bruh? Draw 1. Charge 1. I need this because it'll remove crit. When this card is played, look at the 5 cards on the top of your deck. Add 1 blue Genoma card from your hand. So play up 1. It costs 2 from your hand on top of this card. Let me see something. If I can just get this guy out. 2/2. If your leader is blue and you have a blue Z extra in your battle area, reduce the energy cost card. So either way, it's going to cost me 2. Yeah. So let's charge this 2-drop. Leader card is blue Genema card. You have 2 or more energy. Reduce. So yeah, they don't want me to awaken until turn 2. So we charge this guy. He's the least important thing we got. When this card attacks, look at the 5 cards on top of your deck. He's going to try to run himself down, so we're going to attack. We're going to peep 5. Peep 5. And no response. Add 1 blue Janemba card to your hand, then shuffle your deck. There's my secret rare. Damn it. I can't get it. Okay. Do we get this? When the card choose one of your opponent's battle cards and it costs 6 or less, place at the bottom of its owner's deck. Or if you have 3 or more energy, no battle cards play the plays card from your hand. Do we want our 6 drops? We want one of these guys. Let's get one of these guys. We'll get more 6 drops later. Yeah, that works. When we shuffle. We shuffle. I kind of need to get something in my Z energy, but we'll just say 10K. Wolverines. Whoa! What Wolverines say? Oh, about Liberia. 10. Let's force him down. Force him down. Take the damage, buddy. Brawly. Swap 4. Mono red Brawly. When this card is played, choose one of your Paragus cards and it costs 1 in your hand and play it. What do you kill? The Ba? Block wins parts of the Brawler fire from the deck. Your hand, shuffle your deck. He took the shot. Okay, then we tap 1. I almost want to keep the energy up for this counterplay. So I don't have to take a bunch of crits next turn. But we're going to hopefully not get destroyed next turn. When this card is played, peep 5. We get another Janemba. Now, do we need a 2-drop? Play up to 1 blue. Janemba energy costs a 2 from your hand on top of this card. Leader guards and you have 2 ZX card in your battle. Play 1 blue. Janemba card costs a 6 from your hand. Do we want the 6 drops or do we want the big boy? I don't think we want the big boy yet. I think we want this. Yeah. It's a blocker. Yeah, we'll grab this guy. And then we'll pass turn. Now he's going to do a bunch of damage to us this turn. Questions that come in life are not from me. It's from life of being with. Everything you can have, need, think is already here. Bro, do you hang out with Ling Yin Chin or something? That's the best gift is this place, all aspects or open. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, turn 2. He's going to get very aggressive with me. He's going to have a lot of criticals. Turn 3 is when he tries to kill. He's charged 2 unisons. That tells me he probably has at least 1 more in his hand. Tapping 2, play the unison. Yep. I like that he's playing the unison in this deck because it slows down his curve. I would not run the unison in this deck. You could do so much more with that 2 energy, but he's probably going to awaken now. Life is at 4 or less. Switch 2 your energy. Yeah, he's going to awaken, get the 2 energy back. But you could do so much more with that 2 energy. You could like play, awaken, then play stuff again. He's gonna awaken now. I almost should have left it. Next turn, I'm gonna leave an energy up. But I'm kind of gonna let him run me down this turn, but he's gonna have a lot of crits. Never noticed JS smoking before? Well, I smoke pretty frequently in the streams. And I've talked about it quite frequently as well. Paragus, Overlord. Dang, she on point. What are we going to watch after this? I'm probably going to go to bed after this. It's midnight. Damn. That's all right. What do I got to do tomorrow? I got to patch all the holes in the wall tomorrow with mud. Then the next day I got to sand it. And then I got to start texturing. Skip trowel. I got to do skip trowel in this whole apartment. So we'll finish this video. I just want to... What's my curve? What's my curve? Turn 2, I want to get my Z battle card out. Or my Z. Shaking that. Cool. Put some markers on your guy, bruh. He's +2ing. Play up to 1 red battle card. Energy cost of 1 from your hand in rest mode. When this card is played, look at the 3 cards on the top of your deck. Add 1 red card among them to your hand. Then place the remaining cards at the bottom of your deck in any order. This card gets... I don't think this person knows how to put markers on his cards. Come on, bro. Okay, he got the markers on there. +2. Go to 4. Play a red card. Energy cost of 1 in rest mode. Go ahead. And then awaken. Untap your energy. Do more stuff. There you go. There you go. There you go. Wow, wow. Yep, there's the Brawly. Swap 3. This card is played. You can't play copies of this card for the turn. Place 1 card from your life in your drop area. When this card is played, play up to 1 red Brawly BR card from your deck, then shuffle your deck. Does it play it with his skills negated? Nope. So he can swap into a 3-drop Brawly from this. He can swap this for 1 energy. He can awaken, get his 2 energy back, swap to a 3-drop for free for this. Then he can pay 1 to swap into a 4-drop on this one, pay another to drop into a 4-drop on this one. Then he has 2 4-drop Brawlies out, which I believe are critical double strikes, which sucks. And I can't do much. I can get a blocker. What are your actual regular days for live stream? I don't have like, I do a show on Monday every week. And then on Saturdays during the UFC fights, I stream. And then throughout the week, I randomly stream. But always Monday night show. And almost always Saturday streams during the UFC fights. That's when we get loose. I smoke to make cigarettes look cool. Are you attacking me? What are you doing? Raleigh, Bonafide Saiyan has targeted Janimba. That is a single strike. I have no response to that. 19K. Why is it a 19K? Oh, this card it's a servant. Okay, it has servant. Yeah, we'll take it. It's not critical, so I'll take it. Once you start swinging with the criticals, then we got to start comboing. That was a beautiful speech. Don't gas him up. Don't gas him up. $15K. What are you swinging with? Unison? Ooh, no response. 15K. 1520. If I got 1520. 1520. If I do 1520. Or I get the. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Is that a blocker? I don't want to take this, but I'm gonna. And I'm just gonna hope he. Now he's gonna swap. If you have a red Brawley card in play, this card gains critical. Okay, we don't want to take the critical. I mean, I could just awaken at 4. 20K crit. 20K crit. We should have 0 cost 10Ks. You can swap twice. 20K crit. 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And he swaps. Oh, sorry. Swaps into the 4-drop. Now, then he can either swap this guy into another 3-drop, then a 4-drop. Warp Room from hand, but you get it end of your next turn. Warp Room from hand, but I get it at the end of my next turn. Okay. So you can pay 1 energy and he can swap up to the 5-drop. No response there. That is a 10K single strike. No, it's a 20K because it has servant. We'll take that. Oh my God. Well, what the hell? You never gonna take a day off to be at my lives? Just stick to chess? He needs to stop or he's gonna get old fast. Too loosey-goosey on Saturdays. What do you mean? I was at your live the other night. Alright, he's swapping into this guy. What the? This card? This card is played. You can't play copies of this. Choose one of your opponent's battle cards. 50,000 power or less to KO it. Choose one of your non-Overlord leaders. And that card gains Overlord. This is a critical. Crap. I hate playing against this deck. It's so stupid. 25k crit. I guess we take that. I'm not comboing out of it. Draw to drop. Yeah, I'm going to lose this game for sure. I have nothing to do against this deck. Survive that. Okay. So we awaken, we draw 2. When this card attacks, look at 5 cards at the top of your deck, add a blue gem card to your hand. If it's your opponent's turn, when one of your blue Z extras is placed in a battle area, draw 1 card. If it's your opponent's turn, when one of your blue Z extras is placed in a battle area, draw 1 card and switch up to one of your mono blue energy to active mode. Okay, we're going to awaken. Awaken. Alt, draw 2. Okay. He's at 3 life. He's got 1 energy standing. He does have a blocker. I'm going to get out of here. Good night. Yeah, I'm going to be done soon. I'm going to finish this game, finish this video, and we're going to be heading out. What do I want to do here? How do I play this deck? We're going to have 2 negates. We need to make sure we get an energy back. If your leader is a blue Janemba card, you have 2 or more energy. Reduce the energy cost of this card in your hand by 1. When this card is played, look at the 5 cards on the top of your deck. Add 1 blue Janemba card to your hand and shuffle your deck. At the end of your opponent's turn, you may place this card in its owner's drop. So this is just to help me awaken, but I've already awakened, so I don't need to do that. What would be better thinking. Leader is a Janemba and you have a blue Z extra in your battle area. Play up to 1 Janemba card and costs 6 from your hand. I don't have any in my hand because okay, the Unison's sticking. I could kill the Brawly, but he just swaps out to another Brawly. This does not have swap. Maybe I should kill that Brawly. Or we just dump on his leader. Super combos are live now. He's at 3. Let me see something. If you have a Z extra in your battle area, if you have 4 or more. Okay, wait. Leader is your have a blue Janemba and it costs 6 or more in play. You remove this card from the game. Place it to 1 demonic blade or from your Z deck in your battle area. Choose one of your keyword skills on your opponent's battle cards and negate the skill for the turn. Choose one of your blue Janemba cards and negate that skill until the end of the turn. So we can give something critical. Okay, let's just swing. See if he has any sort of negate. Unlikely. Unlikely that he has a negate. He does have a blocker. Pete 5. Grab a 6 drop. the cards and you have a blue Z extra battle card. One page. That's a 6 again. That costs 2. Costs 1 to get the Z battle card out. 1 to get the 6 drop out. Okay. I'm gonna get the D magic back. I won't have sparking. It's your turn when this card is played. Choose one of your opponent's battle cards placed at the bottom of its owner's deck. Find card. Place it at the bottom of its owner's deck. So we can get rid of this swap guy. When this card is played, you can't play copies of this card for the turn. Choose one. That's already happened. He's got Servant, so he doesn't untap. So we do this. Activate main battle. Limit 1. Place one demonic blade. Switch to active mode. I think I can maybe win. When this card is played, choose one of your opponent's battle cards and place it at the bottom of its owner's deck. So I tap 1. Place it at 1. Opponent's battle card. Negate that skill for the turn. Choose one of your opponent's blue Genema cards, and it gains that skill until the end of the turn. Okay, we tap 1. Switch back to I gotta get rid of this swap guy. Put this in the drop. I just need to survive next turn. Energy cost of 6 or more in play. Remove this card from game. Okay. Get rid of the swap target. But then he just swaps again. I get the D magic back. I have 3 super combos. I have a Sensu Bean. It's your opponent's turn when one of your blue Z extras is placed in a battle area. Draw 1 card and switch one of your mono blue to activate main or battle. Okay, so then we tap 1. Shake this. You have a blue Z extra in your battle area. Play 1 blue Genember and it costs us 6 from your hand. So we play this. When this card is played, choose one of your opponent's battle cards, place at the bottom of its owner's deck. So he goes to the bottom of the deck. Then, when this card is choose one card in here and discard it. One of your red Brawley BR cards is removed from your battle area by opponent's skill or KO. Choose one bird that costs a 4 or less in your hand and play it. When this card is played, choose on one pair, gets energy cost of 1 in your hand and play it. Crap. Well, that's not good. I didn't know he could do all that mess. He's at 3. He's running low on cards in hand. Okay. So I swing, then I untap, then I remove this. And I get to play another one. Choose all your Janema cards and your cost of 6 or more. They gain 5,000 power for the turn. Negate that skill. In the battle area, choose one keyword skill on your opponent's battle card. Negate that skill for the turn. So I can basically give myself critical. Okay, so I can swing. He has servant, so he doesn't get to untap. If I can't kill, there's really no point in doing this. $25K. Somebody 12 years old is developing an app. Good for them. Want a cookie? He's probably worried I could kill him this turn. He needs to just take that free card. He has a response. He's going to negate. He's going to negate with opposing presence. His life is at 3 or less. You can activate. Oh, no. He's going to negate with that. Choose one of your sand leader cards against 5,000 power for the duration of the turn. Okay. Okay. Okay, whatever that means. Whatever that means. Oh, hold up. Okay, so he negated. Then, oh, but by negate, okay. Then I activate main. Shake. Activate main. You lead a card and you have a blue Janemba energy cost 6 or more in play. You remove this card from the game. Place it on one demonic blade or dimensional hole. Demonic blade gives me plus 5k. Dimensional hole lets me take a skill. Choose a one keyword skill on your opponent's battle card. Negate that skill for the turn. Choose one of your blue Janemba cards, and it gains that skill until the end of the turn. So we'll play the dimensional hole. Then I can do that again on my opponent's turn. So now I pass turn. I get the D magic from my warp to my hand. I think you're giving Dean too much credit, Latina. Don't gas him up. Giving him an ego boost. Okay. Get that guy in rest mode. Where'd the video go? All right. If I survive this turn, we might win. What's he doing? Brawley saying youth in rest mode. Swinging with leader. What's he doing? This card is played. Draw one card when your opponent switches their energy active mode using counter skill. Place up to one card in your opponent's life and one card in your opponent's energy in their drop area. That's the worst possible card that he could have played. Bull crap, you main deck that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Okay, swings at leader with that. I block with this. Block. And see if he combos to kill the Janemba. 20k to my 19. Choose a one keyword skill. Okay. Shake. On your opponent's battle card, negate that skill for the turn. Choose up to one of your blue Janembas that gains that skill. So I remove this. I get to negate a skill on something. Negate swap on that. Then I get to play a card. It's your opponent's turn. When one of your blue Z extras is placed in a battle area, draw one card, switch one of your mono blue energy to active mode. So I get to untap an energy, I get to draw a card, and then I combo with this guy. To keep him alive. And then he swings that at my Janemba. I say no response. He's going to draw a card. Shaking the Brawley. He's swapping. Wait, oh, he swung a 9k. It did nothing. No response. 19. I'll go Sensu Bean. 20. 20. Another Brawly. So swap 5 Brawly. Warp 1 from my hand, and I get it back at the end of next turn. I feel like I might need the D magic. Warp this guy. Scientists still can't. I don't know. I'm not going to read all that. I'm not going to read all that. Dean's on one. He's in that mode where he's on one. And he just types stuff. Tap Brawly, targeting Janemba. Is it 20K? No response. 20 to my 20. 20K. I'll go 25. I probably should have taken that actually. Is he not minusing 4? Activate battle -4. 15,000 power and double strike for the battle. No response. It's probably going to -4 to it. Hit it with the double strike. Yep. Shaking it. Activate battle -4. Makes it a 30,000 power double strike. $30K double strike. $20K double strike. 20, 30. Bottom deck. Draw 2. And 35. Let's go 35. 35. Come on, game. Come on, game. Oh, I made it through the turn. Holy crap. Okay. Now I need something to get around barrier. I need something to get around barrier. We need to charge. I really don't want to charge anything. All those cards get plus 5,000 for the turn. He has no blockers. He's got 1 energy up. Let's try to kill him. Shake. Peep 5. Oh, I can't get my secret rare. One blue Janemba. We got the 8 drop, but 4 more energy. Nah, man. We can grab this guy for next turn, I guess. Shuffle. 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 Okay. We can. Gives me the energy back. The sense of being gives me another energy back. That gives me a negate. Okay. Let's go. Dual attack 20k. Just 15. Okay, he goes to 20. He's got nothing with critical out. Switch to active mode. Blocker. Limit 1. Crap. It's not going to work. No. Limit 1 is just 1 per turn, right? Okay. So here's what we do. We shake this. We tap 1. We play this guy. We activate main. All of your Janemba cards' energy cost is 6 or more. Shake this. Activate. Remove this, which allows us to play out another one. These both get +5. We swing to leader. Here's a response. It's a negate. Imposing presence. You may choose the attacking card, ignoring barrier. It gets minus 10,000 power for the turn. Your opponent can't attack with cards for the turn unless they give the attacking card minus 5,000 power each time. Lives at 3 or less. You can, without paying its energy cost by choosing 1 card in your hand and discarding it. Minus 10. This makes it a 14k. Crap. That makes it a 14k. Let's go. $19k. And now he's going to start getting weird. This is what Dean does. He starts writing books And then he starts talking about sex. And then he starts talking about weird stuff. And then he starts peeing on the stream. No, y'all need to stop. Y'all are feeding his ego. You tell him cut it out. 25. Crap. I don't think I can win this. Crap. Deflect, dual attack. Leader's blue, play this from your hand. In response. Find card. Shuffle. Shuffle. Draw one. Another super combo. I need to do 3 damage to this guy. He's got 5 cards. $20. Come on, have a cloggy hand. No, see, y'all don't know Dean. Y'all don't know Dean like I know Dean. He took one. He took a damage. Untap. $24. What's 24 minus 5? This has to go through. This has to damage. He took it. He took it. Oh no, he took it. No response. That's a 10K. 20. Bottom deck. Draw 2. Oh, we got the secret rare. 20. 30. Bottom deck. Draw 2. $35. So 10, 20, 30, 35. 35. 10, 20, 30, 40. 40K. 40K. Come on, come on, come on. I've got one more attack he might be forgetting about. 15, 25. 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 'That was lightning shower rain, dimensional hole. I think I've already done the plus 5K one. $14, $19. Damn, he survived. Ah, he got me. Crap. Yeah. Oh man, he got me. He got me. He got me. Okay. I think I have nothing left. Pass turn. Man, I'm from the country you don't want to be from. Africa? You from Africa, Dean? Dang. Man, I thought I had that guy. It's not over yet. I still got 4 life. And he got his freaking Mai off the field. So if I draw into a D magic, we might be good. I got a secret rare for next turn. I get an energy back. I get a card drawn. I get to steal a skill. Everywhere outside the US, it's all the same out there now. I had negates and stuff. I thought I could kill him. Thought I could do it, but I couldn't do it. Dean's from Canada, I think. He talks like he's from Canada. He lives in Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Sorry, no. That's a critical. That's a critical. 20K crit. Let's shake this. Take swap. Off him. On pivot. Draw one. Yes. Sensu bean. +5. Now, do we combo the shoe? No. We take the crit. Oh, sorry. Oh, crap. Whoops. Well, this game is void. I have 4 SCRs in deck. I have when you freaking we got the freaking android out. Now if he attacks, he has to discard a card from his hand each time. He only has 4 cards in his hand. I've got 2 life. This whole game is void because I have 4 secret rares in my deck. You're only allowed to have 1. I have this guy 4 times. Whoops. I forgot on untap when you add a card to the deck, it automatically adds 4 of them. So when I put the secret rare in, it put 4 in, and you have to adjust the number to bring it down to 1. Because this is called an ultimate. You're only allowed to have 1 ultimate in your whole deck, and I have 4. What's this do? This card is played, places the 1 0. Additionally, if part 4 more life from the leader is what it is. Why did he shake that? Janemba has shaken. Janemba unexpected appearance. That's a 20K. $20, $25, $30. Go shake, shake. Get rid of one of those. $25, $30. He's looking for another card in the Z deck. He's trying to push through for that last damage. He's only got 2 cards in hand. He can't swap into any bigger brawlies. If he plays the Z card and attacks, he has no Z energy. Well, he's got 1 Z energy. Well, he has 2 Z energy. Gonna play another Goku. Oh, rush attack. Okay. This card attacks. Use 1 mono red card, 5,000 power, and you're dropping a combo with skills negated for the turn. You have 4 more Z energy. He doesn't. That's a single strike. Pitch a card from your hand. Did you discard for 17? Okay. 20 to my 20. $20K. If he's got 1 more attack, he wins. He's got 1 card left. Oh, no, he can't. GG, LOL. But I did see 2 SCRs. 1 was crit. Well, had 1 for next turn. Damn, I got it. That was close. Yeah, there must be 4 from when I added it on tap. Forgot to lower to 1. Good game, though. Laters. Woo! We won. Barely. And it was kind of unfair because I had 4 secret rares in my deck. But it's okay. We never played one. That was only... Well, that was his 4th turn, so... He knew it was over because he only had 1 card left in his hand. And he needed to discard a card in order to attack. He had no energy left. So even if that last card was like an overwhelm that he could have played for free and attacked me, I had 1 life left. He wouldn't be able to attack because he didn't have a card to discard. That's enough of that. Let's finish this video and end this stream. It's almost over.
Language of the unheard, and you need to address the underlying condition. He wasn't condoning the rioting. He was just understanding it.
Obviously, there are a bunch of white people that feel...
That motherfucker's not real. No, I'm from Mindland. That's what was given to us. AI block him now. I told you, don't be encouraging him. We gotta slap some reality into him. Don't encourage this behavior.
They need to be a savior, but I think there's a difference between helping and saving. Like, I don't think I would need to save black people, but I would tremendously love to help and make sure everyone has like equal outcome, or not equal outcome, but at least equal opportunity, which in my opinion, I feel we do not have in this country.
Well, that's kind of not a socialist stance. You should want equal outcome. That's what equity is about, right? You're the diversity, equity, and inclusion socialist liberal, Harry Potter. You should support equal outcomes. Equal opportunity is a conservative position.
You can't just...
Whoa, that was a pretty good movie, actually. Of course, it's a bunch of young white men shooting up the school, and there has to be a woman savior, as is typical of all the Daily Wire movies. It's always a woman heroine, and it's always evil white man antagonist. Protagonist is always a strong woman. That's why I don't like the Daily Wire movies.
Hi, guys. So I didn't step forward just because I don't want to broad brush all white liberals as having a white savior complex. I have experienced white liberals who do have that, and they're very unpleasant people. But I don't think every single white person who's a liberal or who
just broad
is an
brush
activist for BLM or any of those things necessarily has a white savior complex. I think that there's a lot of white people who genuinely think that black people are oppressed and they want to help, and that's what they're told.
What it seems like to me when most people have savior complex,
Destiny didn't really say much in this whole thing.
It's like they're taking real pain and real trauma and using that as a way to push this political agenda, but also to alleviate themselves of whatever guilt that they feel unnecessarily. Like, I don't know why a white person today would feel guilty.
Chandler looks stoned
decades ago, let alone something that happened centuries.
Chandler Crump look higher than a kite right now.
I've never seen a white person say, I personally feel guilty for slavery. Maybe they're out there, but I've never heard that.
Yeah, in second.
What do you mean? During the Black Lives Matter riots, they were getting down on their knees and saying, I am sorry, it is my fault. And they teach it in schools. Liberal, lying liberal.
In grade, when they taught us about slavery, almost every kid in my classroom would spend their entire time looking at black kids in that classroom. How was I supposed to not think, wow, these people are feeling guilty for something that they have no involvement in and I have no involvement in?
Every kid in my classroom understood the context.
People hate feeling uncomfortable, and obviously you don't want to feel like the bad guy, and so I feel like it comes from a place of like, oh, well, like, let me make sure that I'm different and like I'm showing you that I want to like help you, but it comes across like
Solen?
I think it can land very poorly.
I'll tell you what, stop it. Stop it. Because what happens is when you put yourself...
Stop it. I have a fear of being locked inside of a box. Okay, well, sit down. I'm going to help you with that fear. Stop it. Stop it or I'm going to lock you inside of a box. Stop it.
as the white savior. What you do is you elevate yourself above the black person because you feel then like you have to save us. So just stop it. Just treat everybody
cut it
regular
out.
and normal. Just like I would treat you regular regular normal, you treat us regular normal rather
Regular
than trying
normal.
to save us.
I just got one thing I wanted to bring up earlier about taxes, because you were saying that you had your job and you were talking about how like you get the tax every time and you're like seeing your tax go up. I worked in nursing homes in 2020 COVID. The last thing that was on my mind when I
shut up. Nobody cares.
Watched 60 and 70-year-olds on their deathbeds suffocating to death was taxes. I was
shut up, bro. Shut up.
Worried about health care. I didn't give a shit about taxes in that time. So when I go to work every day, that's what I see. That's what I want to fix.
Quit raising your voice.
I see you once again elevating.
You're scaring the little redhead next to you.
Yourself above the rest of us, and particularly at me, a white man elevating himself above a black person.
He called me a bootlicker.
He
called me a bootlicker.
Oh no, I triggered them all.
They cut that part out of the thing Destiny said, but this guy said earlier, he said, I hate when white liberals call me bootlicker. And then later in the interview, they cut it out, but this dumbass here called him a bootlicker. So typical white liberal.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
not
sorry.
trading. I'm chilling, buddy.
So what I hope comes out
I'm
of this
chilling.
conversation is that we're all Americans, and because we're all Americans, we know that America has a bunch of problems, and I think every person here wants to solve the problems, and I think everybody is bringing what they have to the table with their ideas on how to get us to unify. This kind of stuff, right? But you got something in there. Hopefully, I mean, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you have something in there that's redeeming about you that would bring all of Americans together. So I hope that we end on the note of American.
UNITY.
America.
I would like to say, we're all made in the image of God, and so we're all have our inherent worth just because we're made in His image, and we should treat each other as fellow image bearers, not just by the color of our skin.
I thought that was the white liberal girl talking, saying that we're all image bearers of God. I was about to say, not you.
I mean, as Martin Luther King said.
He also did not like capitalism.
Yeah, he was a
something
commie.
That's really challenging. I've definitely been guilty in the past.
He didn't like capitalism because he was a commie.
Of throwing around the Uncle Tom word. I used to be hardcore progressive. I'm still relatively progressive. But something that I've learned as time has gone on is being a white person isolates you from a lot of the different types of racial struggles that people go through. And those struggles can take a lot of different forms. Not just, was my ancestor a slave, and not just is my culture bad, but sometimes in the way that, people grow and develop, right? Like, am I actually choosing these political beliefs because they mean something to me, or is it because I'm black or my parents are black? If I speak a certain way, am I betraying my race? If I am a political orientation, am I a bootlicker? And I think that it's important when you're coming from a progressive point of view to understand that even though there are conservatives that are black people, you have to treat them as individuals and not just come at it with this like, you're black, you're a conservative, therefore here's like 6 or 7 different slurs that I can use against you, but they're approved because I happen to be on the progressive side.
Recording.
All right, Destiny. He talks really fast because he had to get all that in the outro. All right. I was jamming out to that little beat at the end there. That's it for the stream. What's today? Oh, it's Thursday now. It's Thursday. It's later than a mug. I need to go to bed. What the? No stream planned for tomorrow night. Unless I just chill and play some Mario. Maybe we'll chill and play some Mario tomorrow night. Watch some videos. Maybe not. Maybe Friday we'll do that. But Saturday, UFC 293, Adesanya versus Strickland. It's going to be lit. Tuivasa's fighting. Tuivasa, the guy that drinks the beer out of the shoe. Whether he wins or loses, he does a shoey. Tuivasa is a cool dude. Adesanya's cool. Strickland's cool. Strickland punched a fan in the face this week for talking crap. So Strickland championship fight, Adesanya versus Strickland, that's going to be an epic fight. Tuivasa's fighting, that's going to be an epic fight. So that will start at 4:30 my time, which is what? 3:30 Pacific, 6:30 Eastern 4:30 my time, 5:30 Central on Saturday. We'll be streaming that. I'll have the Discord open. Maybe we can do a blind bee or something, Stubborn One. I don't know if Robbie will be available on Saturday, but if you talk to him, maybe we could do a couple blind bees on Saturday. If you guys want to do that, we could do that. But Saturday will be a long one. It'll be like 4:30 till probably like midnight. Gonna be some good fights. Watch the Whitakers tomorrow during stream. All right. If I'm it just depends on when I get off work, how tired I am, all that stuff. Maybe I'll just kick back and play some Mario Maker and watch the Whitakers. Watch the inbred video. But Saturday we'll definitely be here streaming with Discord, all the good stuff. So that should be fun. But you said you had some announcements about the blind bee, Stubborn One. You'll have to call me on Facebook or something. Tell me about it. But I got to go to bed. It's late, guys, so I'll see you potentially tomorrow or Friday. Definitely Saturday. I'll catch you guys later. God bless everybody. Have a good night. We out. Peace. Watch out for crackhead Obama.